All right, here we go. I am live and you should be hearing me now, and we're going to make sure that that is all in place before I do anything else. So thumbs up or just let me know if if everything is working all right. So I got some hey. What is going on? We got Travis and Matthew, and we've got Thomas and what is it? Sijin? I'm not going to be able to pronounce that right. But anyway, Maker Viking. We got all sorts of people in the chat. Harrison, good to see you all. And I'm seeing a little bit of lag in my own video. Hopefully that is temporary. I don't want to have to restart the stream. So let me know if everything looks good to you. Sound is good. I did boost it up a little bit today because I know last time people complained that it wasn't quite loud enough. So hopefully that is good to go this time. So stream looks good, video looks good. I've got a fly in my face for some reason. Let's see, Matthew wants to know, could I check out the Ender 0G or Mercury 1? Well, unfortunately those aren't on my current list, but now that you've mentioned them both, I will keep them in mind in case they're offered to me. So thanks for the ideas. So who else we got? We got Lone Tech, Joseph. We got a lot of people loving on their Ender 6. Thank you very much. CR30s in the wild. Some people say they're shipping. I haven't got a CR30, so honestly haven't looked for one either. I personally don't have a great use case for one, but it doesn't mean that if one showed up on my doorstep, I wouldn't give it a shot, because I do think they're very neat printers. I do like the belt printers. More likely than not, if I had one, I'd use it for printing long items rather than printing a bunch of the same items. So anyway, so I am here talking about the Ender 6. This one is a very highly requested printer, so I was glad that I was able to finally get one for review. I would like to first of all thank Banggood for being the ones that provided this. So they were contacting me and wanting me to review a printer. I pushed, and I got the Ender 6 because I knew it was what people wanted to see, and there's no reason for me taking a look at printers that people haven't asked for unless they just look amazing or something. So I got greetings from Belgium. Let's see. Anyway, so if you're interested in the Ender 6, I would like to point you over to Banggood because they have these in stock. They have them from multiple warehouses depending on where you are in the world. If you check the description of this video, depending on where you are in the world, I have coupon codes for certain warehouses. I don't know why they chose certain warehouses over the others for different coupon codes. I don't know exactly how that works from a Banggood perspective. But take a look, because there's some really good deals. I think if you're ordering from Australia, there's some great deals. If you're ordering from Europe, I think there's some really good deals. I did not have a great code or anything for the US, unfortunately. So that's where we are. Let's see what else is going on. Hi from Connecticut. Hello. Let's see. Voron printers. I've heard good things about Voron. I think, what is it? CNC Kitchen just posted a video on the Voron. So check that out. Anyway, so I appreciate all the love in the chat. I'm not going to mention every one of them, but thank you for all the love in the chat, for people thanking me for the channel, thanking me for the content, telling me they love their Ender 5 Pluses and how much I've helped them. Thank you for all of that. I would love to point all of you out as you said it, but I just wanted to give a blanket thank you to everyone that is sending me all the love. I am reading them. I am seeing them, so thank you very much. Thanks for letting me know that you're enjoying the content and that you're appreciating it. So I want to get started with this, and as usual, I'm going to get started with the facts of the printer that we can find out on paper. So of course I went through Creality's website. I went through the website that Banggood has for this printer. So let's see what we've got. So the price right now on Banggood is $579 to the United States with free shipping. I've got coupon codes for the CZ/ES warehouse, which I have a coupon code for 509, and the AU warehouse for 489. So if you're in Australia, you can get a really good price on this printer right now. The size of the printer is 250 by 250 by 400, so it puts the build volume pretty much in the middle, well, towards the smaller side, but pretty much in the middle between a regular Ender 5 Pro, and an Ender 5 Plus, because an Ender 5 Plus is still going to be a much bigger print volume than this one. So when it comes to, do I get the Ender 6, do I get the Ender 5 Plus, not counting on how they print, not counting on the speed or anything like that, keep in mind how much bigger the Ender 5 Plus is. So if you're printing helmets, if you're printing large props, the Ender 5 Plus is still going to be a better option for you than this one. I'm looking at this one as possibly replacing my standard Ender 5, which is my workhorse. The Ender 5 that I've got, I've done the mods to. If you look at my old content that's been on the channel for years at this point, I did a lot of mods in the beginning. It has linear rails. It has the all metal hot end from Micro Swiss, and it's just a terrific printer. And when I have just small parts I want to print, I always send them to my Ender 5. So what I'm hoping is with the Ender 6 is that I get a parts printer that can just blow it out of the water in terms of speed and while maintaining the quality. So that's what I'm hoping for out of this printer, is not to replace my Ender 5 Plus, but to replace my Ender 5. It is a CoreXY, so for a lot of people, they don't realize that the Ender 5 Plus is not CoreXY. It's still a standard Cartesian. It just looks different. The belts are set up a little bit different. The rails are set up a little bit different, but it's still a standard Cartesian printer because it has one motor for the X, one motor for the Y, and that's the directions that they drive. So this is their first true CoreXY from everything I can tell. Let's see. Printing speed, they are claiming, and I have seen on their live streams, that they can push 150 millimeters per second out of this printer. I would love it if their test print does that. If not, maybe I'll slice one here if I get it built fast enough. So while I want to keep all my details in this build so people can watch this back if they need help building, I am going to want to push through this one reasonably quick to see how many test prints we can get done, because at 150 millimeters per second we should be able to blow some things out. That would be really cool before the end of the live stream. It does have silent steppers. It's got 2208 steppers. It has a plastic enclosure on the sides of the printer. They currently do not offer a lid for the printer, so you will not be able to get like ABS temperatures out of the enclosure. I think the sides are mainly for aesthetics and possibly for classrooms. So, you know, if you had little kids around your printer and you wanted to keep little hands out, or if you're at home and you've got little kids at home and you're trying to keep their hands out of the hot parts and out of the moving parts, and you have it up on a table where they can't reach over the top, those sides would still be a nice safety feature. They do claim it comes with a branded power supply, which obviously we're going to take a look at. It has a 4.3-inch touchscreen, has filament runout sensor, has the power failure resume, and it has manual bed leveling, which kind of surprises me in one sense. But if you really think about it, what you're doing with auto bed leveling is you're adding extra weight to the carriage by putting some sort of auto leveler on the carriage. It may not be much, but maybe they're like, you know, let's leave that off. You're going to get better print quality out of it potentially. All right, so let's see. We got some questions. I'm going to touch on this real quick. Let's see, what do we got? Ender, let's see, wasn't the Core 2 or 4? Oh, no, hold on. Thomas wants to know, wasn't the Ender 2 or 4 a CoreXY? I'm not sure, actually. And the Ender 6 can be assembled in an hour. Let's see, no steppers are silent above 100 millimeters per second. That's a good point. At that point, you're really pushing them. Let's see, what do we got? Should be easy to fab a lid. I agree with you. It shouldn't be too bad. So we got the Wallaby letting people know, click the like button. Let let YouTube know that they should be sharing this with other people. If you will hit the like button for me, it gets more people in here watching, which is a terrific thing for the channel and for the stream. I'm showing 139 viewers right now. Easy to add a BL Touch, already the mounting points, so that's good to hear. Let's see, wouldn't it be suitable for carbon printing? You could do carbon PLA for sure. You may be able to do carbon PETG if it's a lower temperature carbon PETG. Let's see. Got mine yesterday, replaced my trusty Enter 5. So John's got one, John Mole. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and get started. And I'm going to try to keep up with the chat, but if this stream kind of blows up, obviously, and we get a lot of people chatting, I won't be able to keep up with everything, but I'm going to do my best. I've got it right here in front of me, as always. And I appreciate everyone for tuning in again. So let's get going. I've got my trusty knife here. You know what I want to do real quick? Instead of watching my delayed stream, I'm going to put this up here so I'm watching my current stream. Hey, Lucas, good to see you. Let's see. All right, let's get going. I can see what's going on. All right. Again, this Ender 6 did come from China. It came from the Chinese warehouse of Banggood. There we go. All right. Let's see what we've got here. And I am going to try to switch over. Let's see what the close-up looks so that you can see what is going on here. Yeah, I like that. That looks pretty good. Let's see, do I need to do any focusing? I think that's pretty good right there. So let's see if that works. Okay, camera's just out of the way. Let me throw this back here. Okay, so just a standard packaging material. We've got our manuals right here on top. Oh, good, I've got good lighting today, but that means that things like this that are shiny are a little too shiny. But there we go. So here's my 3D printer user's manual, Ender 6. It's got the usual cards inside there. It is full color, very nicely printed. I am a fan of their documentation usually. It looks pretty good. So here we are, straight off the bat, starting off with their plastic pieces. Hey, Theodore, thank you very much for the super chat. Kids these days are spoiled. I print ABS with an open air 100 by 100 by 200 printer in 2010, and we loved it. Yeah, and all jokes aside, I'm happy to see how far printing has come in such a short time. Thank you again, Theodore, for the super chat. It all goes awesome to the channel, helps support things, and keeps things growing here. So speaking of that, while I'm pulling this out, this will be my last stream, I'm hoping, with my wired microphone. I have my first wireless microphone coming, and I'm excited about that. And that was done thanks to you guys supporting the channel. I have a random screw sitting here on top, so something came loose during the shipping, unfortunately. But I will set that aside because I will most likely need that. Let me go ahead. I'm going to turn down the ISO here a little bit on this camera because it is a little hot. There, I like that better. Much better. Okay. So what do we got? So here are our plastic pieces. This is one of the walls. Now for this video, I won't be putting all of my plastic sides on because I want to be able to film. I will only be putting on the side that I have to. Well, I still don't think I have to. But this is the side you can see up here. I've got the cutouts for like the extruder and the filament spool holder. I'll be putting this side on, but I won't be putting the other side on in this video. Again, just because I want to be able to see what's going on. So these, as you see, this is the color of the panels. They are this nice light blue color. If you're going for aesthetics, this is a great color. It's also, this is a nice plastic. It's not going to break really easily. It's got a little bit of bend to it, so I'm happy to, see, and I'm going to test it real quick right here on this stream by banging it into the table. So that's the best, that's the most fun we can have. Last one. Yep, so those are the sides, and then we're going to have doors at some point. There's the doors. See, so the doors are also same color, really nice. They have hinges, obviously, because it's a double door system that opens towards the middle, which is really nice, and it has a handle. Got two of those. So today's stream not sponsored by Balls, B-A-W-L-S. Check them out on Twitter. Not sponsored by Balls, but one of my favorite drinks going back 20 years probably. Not alcoholic, just an energy drink with caffeine. Let's see. Again, our other door, pretty much what you'd expect. Let's see, keeping it going, more foam. It's well packaged. As you saw, the plastic was on top and it survived. I can't complain about that at all. So here is the build platform, and let me get rid of me in the corner for a second. So looking at the build platform, you'll notice this is built differently than the Ender 5, Ender 5 Pro, because they actually ran an extrusion all the way along underneath the side here. We have really nice big wheels. We have the orange springs for stability. I think this is going to be really rigid because they've got 2 screws in each side that are countersunk into the extrusions. I think this is going to be more rigid than what people are seeing on the Ender 5 these days. So I have high hopes for that. They do have the insulation on the bottom of the bed. I do wish that they had covered a little bit more and just made holes for the screws. This isn't really covering the whole bed, and I really would have preferred that. But other than that, looks pretty good. Looking at this, they don't have any physical, like hard mounted strain relief on the plug here on what's going into your bed, but there is some really heavy duty silicone caulk, silicone glue possibly, because that's holding in pretty well. I don't think I can complain too much about that because that's really, really solid, and it's even holding in our thermistor wire. So that looks pretty good so far. All right, let's see. We got a box of stuff. We'll break into that in a minute. I'm going to just set it off to the side for the moment. We got... I just heard another screw. Luckily I saw it, so I need to be careful here because I've got another random screw that would be missing otherwise. Those appear to be the same screw. Don't know what they've come out of. So here we have the verticals. So these are the Z or Z axis verticals for the printer. Thank you, Jason. It's very, very much appreciated. Jason says, thanks for the streams and videos. You're very welcome, Jason. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate that. That's too kind. So we do have our filament runout sensor right here. Trying to keep all this, and there's the dingy for that. And what else we got? So here is, this is actually, I need to get some snips. Because what they've done right here is they've actually done a good job of trying to make sure everything was supported in the box. And so right here we have the top of our lead screw, and it's in a bunch of foam, and they actually zip tied it to that foam. So I'm going to cut that zip tie. And here is our vertical. I'm going to leave this one here for now. So here is the vertical. As you can see, there we go. That's a nice piece of machining. And I really do like what they've done with the Z wheels on this. These are actually on here really well. I can tell that the wheels on this are all tensioned correctly. I can move it and it's not too tight. And there are 4 wheels on each of the Z axis verticals here. So this is really, really well built, well designed. I like that. But like I said, I'm going to keep this here up top so that it doesn't move around too much. Let's see. So we have, wow. All right, so color me impressed. So this right here, this is the extruder, and this is not your typical extruder motor. This is a really big extruder motor. And I don't have any model numbers or part numbers on it, but it is, let me grab a ruler real fast. I'm sure I'll need it again. So this has some torque. This is a 60 millimeter, just about, almost 60 millimeter. We're going to call it 60 millimeter for the sake of rounding. So this is a 60 millimeter extruder motor. They really wanted to be able to push it, and take a look at this, they went with a dual drive extruder. So they were serious here. This is all metal. It is a dual drive, meaning it's being driven from both sides. If you'll also notice, the pin here, the part where the filament is actually going in here and through here as it's going to the printer, actually is sealed up really nice. So I actually have no reason to believe that this won't be able to print flexible filament with no problem at all. This is really well designed. I like this a lot. This is impressive. Like I said, all metal, dual drive. It's got some nice teeth on it. I don't know if you'll be able to see that in this part of the live stream, but it has really nice fine teeth. Yeah, super. I'm trying to keep everything together. All right, I got one more thing in here. I think it's my filament holder. Yeah, filament. Let's see, am I missing anything else? I'm going to dump this in here as I go in case there are any other screws. All right, so not the, well, you know, what can I do? What can I do? Whoop! I'm going to make everyone a little sick. I hope that's okay. There we go. Okay. So we've got a bunch of these plastic corners, and these are what's going to be used to hold on our plastic sides. Another one here. So I've got 8 total plastic corners. And I've got a full spool, well, you know, relatively full spool. I think this is this is half a kilo of filament, and it is still vacuum sealed very well. I've never been a big fan of what they include with their printer, but I actually do think that this looks pretty good. It is PLA plus, so hopefully that's a decent spool since they actually gave us enough of it to test with. And, all right, so this is the meat and potatoes of the whole thing. Let's get down here in the bottom. So this is the entire CoreXY extrusion system. And I don't think I'm going to be able to, there we go, that's not bad. So here it is, lots of belts. They feel well tensioned from the factory. I'm actually really impressed with the tension they have on these. I don't see any, oh, these are actually Gates belts. So these are proper Gates belts, and I am really impressed again. Let's see, these are not your standard size belts. These are actually 10 millimeter belts instead of 5 millimeter or whatever. These are 10 millimeter belts. And again, the wheels all properly tensioned on here. I cannot rotate any of them freely. So it's well assembled. It's actually one of the, so far, it is one of the most well assembled printers from the factory that I've seen so far. Everything seems properly tensioned. Everything seems just ready to go. It's square, and I can check that out with the square later to make sure, but that is ready to go. All right, making sure there's nothing hiding. Let's see what I missed in the chat. Blue covers are PETA, so I told you I'm not going to actually do the blue covers today anyway. I honestly don't care much about the covers for my shop. And here is the base. Ugh. So we will get back more into this base later. Fortunately, my screen protector isn't really adhered very well, but it looks fine. So there's the control box. And you know, one thing I like about this printer is that while it's supposed to look really cool and while they've done a lot of custom exterior work to the whole thing, it still uses standard extrusions for everything, which means that we can still do a lot of modification because there's plenty of mounting on this printer, which is really makes me happy that they haven't hindered the modability of the printer by making it look nice. Again, let's see. We'll go up a little bit. There's the bottom of the printer, covered up. A piece of tape that doesn't appear to be doing anything. And so we will come back to that first because you know me, I'm going to see what's inside. So let me get everything just moved out of the way temporarily, and then I will come right back to it. Now, I don't know if I've got any more missing screws because I did have those two that were missing. I'm going to shake this box a little bit, and it sounds like we are empty here. And if I put that there, then my family won't be able to come get drinks if they need it. So I'm going to move this out of the way for a second. Yes, I am off camera. Sorry about that. Garbage management. And there we are. Let's see what's going on. Greetings from Austria. Good to talk to you, Toby. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, that's what I thought about the loose tape. Blown text, like the loose tape was probably holding the screws, and that's probably what it was. Little box, yeah, I haven't opened the little box yet, so we're going to come right back to that. Oh, this is so nice. I love it when the table's empty. Anyway, let's, what do we want to start out with? Let's start out with the little box, and after the little box, I will pull the enclosure up here, and we'll take a look at the electronics. Let me see, how are we doing on the stream? How are the likes and views coming? So we've got about 200 people. Holy crap, I'm going to have to give away filament before we're done here. We got 200 people watching, and we've got only 65 likes. See, Owling knows what's going on. How do we have 200 people watching and only 65 likes? We can do better than that. Hey, John from Germany. And CNC Maker's right, it is Pi Day, so happy 314. So, anyway, now we're going. So Thomas says we're going up now. So Joseph is like, we're going to need a USB cable. Yep, I've heard that. Here we go. All right, so while you guys are hitting the like button, I'm going to go ahead and take a look and see what's in the box. We're going to go close up here again. Let's see. That is way too far out for what we're about to be doing. I got people binging me. Let's go. I don't need to show you the whole garage. Haven't finished with all of it yet. So, but we are going to move down here. And I probably could have waited a second so I wasn't making everyone ill. But so far, so good. Let's do this. All right. Let's take a look at what's in the box. Is that in focus? It looks in focus to me. All right. What we got? We're going to need this stuff anyway, so we have bag of parts. These are our short wires that we're going to need when we do... There we go. I forgot. I've got zoom on this one. There we go. Even better. Yeah, let's do that. No orientation whatsoever. Hey, we got a new subscriber. Thank you, Christian, for subscribing if you're watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button too, because then your name will pop up on the screen because we're in the middle of a live stream. So go for it. So bag of screws, bag of parts. I won't go through all of that yet. We'll lay out that in a minute, obviously. American power cable. Thank you so much for including an American power cable. We have our usual tools. So we do have our spatula. And we have extra parts. So they do include some extra fittings for our hoses. We've got our USB drive and adapter. It is an 8 gig, so that's not too bad. And again, extra parts including nozzles, spacers, anyone that knows what I'm talking about, and again, extra fittings there. We've got our spool holder, and then we have the rest of our tools. We've got our snips, although I already got out a pair of snips, so I'll leave those put up for now. We've got our cable ties, because we might need them. Thank you, everyone, for the spacers. Send Ivan Miranda my love. If you're on Twitter or whatever, tell him Kersey Fabrications said hi. Big fan of Ivan's work. And so, we've got some good tools. We got our usual Allen/hex wrenches, a couple of spanners, and we have this really nice wrench that they are including to put everything together. There we go. So, more garbage, more recyclables. Don't worry, I'm going to recycle all of that. All right, so I guess next up we need to go ahead and take a look at the electronics of the printer, because we want to do that before we ever get started. And let's see, someone that's probably done this, it looks like we need to open the bottom. It's not my favorite way to open this, given the fact that we have some things here, but I think I can hang them off the table and keep from hurting anything. So let's do that. Again, if you don't subscribe to Ivan Miranda's channel while we're talking about it, I'm going to finish that up here. Go check out Ivan Miranda. Look him up. He has an excellent channel where he makes some amazing projects, and I aspire to be like Ivan, because Ivan's awesome. All right, so let's take a look at the bottom here. I'm going to grab some of my tools because I think this will go faster. So let me grab these. All right. Yeah, Andrew, you're just in time. You are not late. All we've done is unboxed everything, so you haven't missed any of the build. At this point, I am only going to start taking a look at the electronics, and I'm a size small there. So let's go size bigger and start pulling off the bottom of this chassis. So I'll go close up, obviously, once I get all of these off. I'm looking around. I thought I had one of my screw holders here, but unless I've set it somewhere just out of sight, which is probably what I did, I'm not seeing one of my screw caddies. I have these little magnetic screw caddies I like to keep around. So how are those likes doing? I know we were trying to get them up, trying to get the ratio of likes to views a little bit more in line. Let's go ahead and get all these screws off. It's well screwed together. It's got good cooling here on the bottom. I guess I can go ahead close up. I'm going to have to adjust my camera anyway. There's a good shot. Now this is a little bit further back on the table than what I would have done because I'm having to hang the display off. So that looks pretty good. Check my camera settings, making sure. You know what, I can go a little bit. You know what, I'm leaving it alone. Let's leave it alone. All right, that looks pretty good. Let me know what you think. Hello from Sweden. How you doing, Robert? Good to talk to you. Ugh, wow, that one's on there. There we go. Again, it's a well-assembled printer. I don't know if they've got their A team on this one. Maybe they've got different teams, because this A team was doing a good job on here. No, no fans in this, so that's nice. Nothing to get damaged here. So what do we have? Let's see, I do have kind of a boom here where I can take a slightly closer look. But I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. Let's find out. Yeah, terrible focus. That's okay. All right. Need a little bit more light in. There we go. Yeah, so they thought we needed, as it was said in the chat, they thought we needed a big-ass speaker, and so we've got a big-ass speaker right there. You're going to be able to hear everything that this board needs to tell you. I'll be able to talk here in a minute. It is a Creality V4.3.1 board. They have no ferrules on this one. It is nice and tidy. Thanks for noticing. So everything's good. Everything's its usual glue on. We got fans. Everything looks pretty good. I like the way that they have a blower fan that blows directly over the hottest part of the board, which are going to be these the 2208s here. We have a ARM processor. It does look like an ST processor. Yep, it's an ST. So it does look like it has a 32-bit ARM. So it's a 32-bit mainboard with 2208s and blower to cool everything down. Let me take a look and see if they're doing their usual soldering of the connectors. Yes, they have been lightly tinned. So unfortunately, they're still using the lightly tinning method instead of ferrules. I don't really know why still. Yeah, it's a 4 ohm, 3 watt speaker. So it's like a tweeter, right? Obviously, I don't know whether these are UARTs or standalone. They're probably standalone. I don't know of any Creality board. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know of any Creality board that's using UART yet. But anyway, so I don't have a lot to complain about except the tinning of the connectors rather than using ferrules. That's my only real complaint. Other than that, this is kind of funny and sad, I guess, depending on how you see it. But that is not what I would call a name brand power supply. This is still the Chang Lang. This is still the inexpensive model. And it's built more like a Meanwell, but it's not a Meanwell. In terms of like just the format is more like a Meanwell format, but it's a Chang Lang. It's a 360 watt power supply, which is appropriate given the size of the bed. 360 should do it. If you are really concerned, then you could replace it with a Meanwell really easily, because this is a standard Meanwell 350 format. I don't think there'd be any problem with replacing it. All the connectors look good here. Proper connectors, no solder. So everything looks good on this side. The case is properly grounded over here, which is really nice. Will a Meanwell fit? I think it will. If you go with a 350 Meanwell, it should fit. And I almost guarantee you a 350 Meanwell will perform better than this 360 Chang Lang. A little disappointed that they're claiming name brand. I guess the fact that it has a brand and a name on it, they're not technically lying, but I don't think that's what people are expecting when they hear name brand. All right, so let's put this back together. Anyone else have any other questions before I seal it up? Because otherwise it's going back together. All right. Israel. Hello, Israel. Thank you very much for the channel love. I appreciate that. Why do I need a USB cable, Joseph? I mean, I will come back in here and put a USB cable, but I was reading somewhere that if you don't cut the VCC on your USB cable, it could pop the board. So I wasn't going to add a USB cable yet. I'll have a chance to do that later. If I need a USB cable in this video, then there's a problem. So I'm going to come back to that later. I'm going to come back with a better solution later. Joseph, you bring up a good point. Why do people care so much about that name brand Meanwell? And while I am with you by not putting too much faith in a brand, if I were to show you, and maybe we'll do that in a future video, I think that that would be a great thing to do. And I did it kind of in my Ender 5 Plus video where I talk about the power supplies. If you look at the inside of most Chang Langs, don't know about this one, I've never pulled it apart, but if you look at the inside of most Chang Langs and then compare it to the inside of a Meanwell, there's no comparison. The sheer number of components, the amount of protection in that Meanwell really does justify loving the name, because I've never opened a Meanwell where I went, ooh, that's kind of light, that's kind of empty. So, but yeah, you don't need one. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway. So Matthew's asking again sort of what I talked about in the beginning. This versus an Ender 5 Plus, I don't really think that that's a fair comparison. An Ender 5 Plus is a print bed that's 100 millimeters bigger in both directions. So I think that this is a better comparison to a regular Ender 5 rather than an Ender 5 Plus. Let's see. USB is micro. Yep, TH3D has a little modified cable if you need USB without power on it. I think you can get those elsewhere as well. Let's see. What makes this printer better? It's a good question. So if you're not familiar with CoreXY, CoreXY is designed to move the print head faster when the print head is light and easy to move around. So this, theoretically, and from everything I see, it seems to live up to its promises, at least watching Creality's videos. This should be able to move a lot faster than an Ender 5 or an Ender 5 Plus because you're not moving around as much mass. What do I think about desktop SLS printers? SLS acronyms, is that just the ones with the LCD displays? Because yeah, if we're talking about just resin printers in general, the one with the LCD displays, I've got two of them over here, a Photon and a Photon Mono X. I love my Photon. My Photon works, just works well. The Mono X I have not been able to get dialed in properly. Now, I watched Uncle Jesse's video on it that he just published, and he had no problems with it. He really liked the printer. So I need to spend more time with it. I honestly don't spend enough time with those two printers. I've been busy. So, let's see. Let's get this turned over. And how tricky is it to convert a CoreXY printer such as this one to direct drive? My personal belief, and everyone in the chat are welcome to chime in, I wouldn't convert a CoreXY to a direct drive. I think that's counterproductive. The whole point of a CoreXY is to move quickly. If you're going to put more weight on it, I don't think it's worth it unless you're replacing it with something like the Humera, which may not be much heavier than what it comes with, or possibly even Big Tree Tech's new one. So, let's see. Okay. Hello to Robert's 4-year-old. So, hello, Nadia. Hi, Nadia. I'm always happy to say hello to the kids or the kids at heart. So let's go ahead and get this going. I don't want to run this any longer than I've had to. We've gone 45 minutes just chatting and unboxing, and so let's see, close up. So let's see. I think that's pretty good, just showing you what the manual looks like. Good layout, good information about what everything on the printer is called. So if you're a noob and you don't know what all the parts are, this will help you through that. We have the specs of the printer right here. It has everything from the model, the print size, all of that good information. Print speed. They're saying that you can go up to 180, and you know, normal print speed is 60. So, hello 3D printing and painting, and hello to all everybody that I've missed so far. All right, so all the components that we should have. Unfortunately, if this was me not doing this live, I'm a stickler for going through a components list and making sure I have everything before I start, but you know, not this time. So let's get going here. I think I'm going to go back to a wide shot because at this point I'm going to be doing a lot of the uprights and larger parts. If you need anything close up, if you will put it in the chat at me so that I see it, I will do my best to show you anything close up that we need to. So all they're saying on this one, take the bottom out, install the 4 profiles, and install according to the position that they've told us to. And everything is a little bit different. And so let's just get busy. These are going to be using M5 by 45 screws. So I've got a bag of screws here, like I said. Resin printer for beginners. Well, keep in mind, resin printing is messy. It requires kind of a lot of parts to get going. You have to have resin, you have to have all the cleaning supplies. You might want a curing station, which after using a curing station that does the washing and curing, highly recommended. It's just, I was skeptical. I'm like, I don't need this. I can buy my own parts and use pickle containers. That makes life so much easier. It's just so much, it makes the whole process faster, cleaner, more predictable. So I do recommend that. And then I did a video, rather than doing it right now, I did a video on the parts that I bought to get going. So take a look at that video. I think that that'd be a better use of my time, just to point you what I've done. So I'm still looking for the M5 by 45s. Lots of screw bags here. So the M5 by 45s are the longer M5 screws. And that's what we're going to start with. And this is going to be interesting. I'm probably going to hang things off the table here as I go. Oh, so yeah, just the first printer. I like my regular Photon. My Anycubic Photon I bought. It is inexpensive and it works. It just works. It's not the fastest printer on the market. It's not the biggest printer on the market. But for like, I'm trying to start out. I'm trying to see if this is a technology I even want to mess with. The regular Photon is still a terrific printer. Anyway, let's pour these out. Going to need some of my larger Allen wrenches here. All right, and I have my profiles, which I set right here. And they are plastic wrapped for freshness, I can only assume. We like our profiles fresh. So I'm going to do the back ones second. I'm going to do the front ones first. So the front ones are actually have a number 1 and a number 2 labeled on them. So it's a number 2 right there on this one. And there is a number 1 on that one. Now, they are showing most of the screw holes towards the inside, so I hope that's correct. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem. But yeah, I think screw holes here on the inside. So my 1 is facing right here. And then I'm just going to put a screw through the bottom. So just 1 here. Yep, actually there's only 1 through each corner. I'm going to just hang this off like I said. And due to the fact where they put the feet, you can't hang it off. So that's actually really impressive. I don't know if that was the purpose of this, but they put the feet offset here. So there's a big gap where you can hang it off the table to put these on. So that's fantastic. I like that. I'm going to grab my one here. I'm going to go in right here. What's printing to the right of you? So I was printing a test print on another printer and it failed. And when that happens, if it's a print that I've never printed before, I will often go over to my trusty Ender 5 Plus, which I can rely on, and I will make sure that the test print that I threw at the new printer was printable. And that it, you know, not only is it printable, that I have kind of a benchmark for me to compare it to. So I took this test print, and you'll see it. I'll show it in probably what's going to be my next video, so I don't want to spoil it too much. But yeah, there's a large print going on over here. It is in a beautiful multicolor filament, and I will show it to you next time. And to answer the question, yes, my Ender 5 Plus had no problems printing it, but the other printer did. So I'm really liking this print over there. It's very, very clean. Fusion 360 good for slicing. I haven't tried it yet. I'm still using Cura. So when I'm putting this together, I'm using my fingers to make sure that this corner is square. If I need to, I can come back and loosen this and square it up a little bit better later. And I can also grab my builder square here and make sure that it's square, that I have to get off of everything. So that is square. And that is not completely square, but I won't worry about it too much until I get the lid on and make sure everything kind of pulls together. But this one is perfectly square in that direction, and it's square in that direction. So the only one I'm worried about right now is this one didn't really pull this way as much as it should, but it may fix when I put the lid on. So we'll get back to that. All right, so let's do the other two. So if the front is facing me, then I have the one with just the two cable management system here. And yeah, are they at the top? Nope, they're at the bottom. So I'm just using my pictures here because they don't have a whole lot of instructions. So I think the cable management goes at the bottom here. And what do I want to do? I want to turn it around. Let's turn it around. Otherwise, I'm going to have to come around the front of the table, which I really don't want to have to do. All right. And what I had a question. Do you think you can link to your bullet bill? So look up bonsai bill, I think is the key there. If you look up bonsai bill, you might be able to find it. And I actually don't remember if that's a I don't remember if that's something I found on My Mini Factory or if it's one that's on Thingiverse, but look up bonsai bill instead. I'm not going to be able to look it up right now. It's the same one Joel built. Joel's got a good video, I think, on building that one. That was a fun one. I enjoyed that. I had fun sharing that one with my son because he's a big Nintendo fan. So, hey, if anyone's having issues and they want a Q&A time, if you're having a Q&A question with your Ender 5 Plus, save it till the end of the video when I'm doing my test print. And when I do my test print, I like to answer questions. So, we will save it for then. I have shared my Ender 5 Plus profile in multiple videos. It's not shared in every video. I will try to remember to share it in the description later. I've got a link that I can share. So And the last one, I keep looking behind me because I put a stack of stuff back here. Anyway, so for the last one, the little board here, so it's got a nice, let me go ahead and switch over. I want to show you this before I get it put into the machine. All right, so as you can see right here, it's got a nice breakout board for this one where everything's going to plug in that's inside the enclosure. So it's got, you know, your heat 1, K-fan 1, TH1, Z, X and minus. It's got all these laid out here, and it's got a big connector on the bottom where everything's going to come into. So that is how everything's going to connect. Real nice. I like this. Need more breakout boards like that on more printers, because if we had that, then we would have less problems when we went to replace things. They should have done one like that on the Ender 5 or the Ender 5 Plus. So this one is going to go towards the top. So electronics inside top. For people going on. I've got to okay this. All right. Chris Kersey, have you done a firmware for Dual Z and the Hero Me 5? I have a firmware that has the Dual Z, and I don't need special firmware for the Hero Me 5. You can go in there in the firmware. I assume you mean, oh, let me be careful. I don't have stock firmware for the Dual Z. If you're looking for one of the Big Tree Tech boards, yes. I have a Dual Z, and then you can go in there and use G-code to set your X and Y offsets for your Hero Me 5. Okay, and just for fun, I can go ahead and check square on these as well. And that one again needs to be pulled a little bit to the inside. Hopefully it will when I put the top on. Front to back it looks good. This one again is straight. And this one needs to be pulled forward though, so I'm actually going to loosen this up a little bit and see if I can pull it forward. I don't know if there's anything I'm going to be able to do on this part of the assembly that's going to pull that forward, but I'm going to try just a little bit. Did that help? Yes, that helped. It's not... Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this one's square. Looks pretty good. Yeah, for the turbo, yeah. So yes, for the turbo, I have firmware that does Dual Z, which the G34, but then you can set up your own offsets. So no big deal. You don't need to worry about the offsets, because in Marlin 2, you can set the X and Y offsets in your configuration. All right, so next up, we're just going to throw the top on. And so, make sure I put this on right. So obviously that's the front now. And the front has the fan. So these are big motors here also. So the two motors here in the corner are 48 millimeters, I believe. That's what I was looking at. I set my, there's my ruler. So these look like 48s. They're supposed to be 48s. So these are big motors here too, so hopefully no crapping out there. Let's see. I can't get to everything at this point, so if I miss you, at me, because it is a lot easier for me to see if I have added, if I've been added. But I appreciate everyone. Let's see, 250 people. How's that? How's the likes going? How's the likes going on this? We've got, I'm trying to get to them. 150 likes. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm not going to complain. I'm going to let my my chat members complain. They're better at it than I am. So anyway, let's get on to these. Again, if you're assembling this at home, the fan is going to be towards the front of the machine. The wheels are towards the back. And then same thing here. We are going to install 4 screws to get this as squared up as possible. I gotta put the one back in here first. I'm actually just going to finger tighten them all 4 before I actually go to tighten them at all with the hex key Allen wrench. So here's the poll for the moment. Let me give you guys a poll. Do you guys prefer hex key or Allen wrench when talking about these little tools here? What are they? Are they hex keys or Allen wrenches, or are both acceptable? Let me know. Are you going to install a BL Touch? Probably not. Number 1, it doesn't come with it. Number 2, I am not a big fan of auto bed leveling unless the bed is big enough to really need it. So, we got lots of Allen keys, Allen wrenches. So that's good. It's good to know, because in my videos I go back and forth not knowing what to call them and not wanting to, you know how the internet is, not wanting to, you know, really offend someone, like, why are you calling it that? And then I have to comment in a comment, and they have to comment and take the time out of their day. Both are acceptable. Allen wrenches, most people are Allen. Okay, that's good to know. All right. So all 4 are on. As I tighten these down, I'm going to use my fingers to make sure the corners are square. If I was really feeling particular about it, I could even take my ruler, which is metal, and square the whole thing up using my ruler, which, you know, actually makes me pretty happy too. So, and then do my last tightening afterwards. So these aren't Torx, these are hex. So you can't call them Torx if they're not Torx. Torx is a particular end. Oh, you know, Robert's mentioning if they, where is it? No, Superconductor was mentioning that if people have an issue with that, they probably, you know, have their own problem. And yeah, don't get me wrong, I am not kept up at night by people that have issues with Torx versus hex, but it's one of those minor things about making videos that's funny. Do you recommend a fan duct for an Ender 5 Pro, and what about quieter fans? So, in terms of a fan duct, I like the Hero Me series. I'm running Hero Me 3s on everything still, but I don't know if you can still find the Hero Me 3s except in my videos. And the 5s, everybody says the 5s are great. I have not personally put together a 5 because I haven't needed to replace any of mine. So, you know, if you've got, if you were starting now, I'd probably go and do a Hero Me Gen 5. Or what if they've got that new one out? It's got like a cool name. I know there were a lot of people doing videos on them at one point, but check out the Hero Me 5s. And again, I'm squaring up my corners as much as possible, because the best thing you can do for your 3D printer is build it right. I don't know, it's kind of like if you've ever gone to the hardware store and have bought a grill. The difference between the construction of the grills if I build them and if I let the shop build them are kind of not really comparative. The grills just turn out better if I build my own. So, anyway. Okay, I'm happy with how square that is. So as long as they cut these square, I should have good square corners now. So let's find out. Everyone always wants to see, see that's beautiful. I don't see any light coming through there. That is really, really square. Same thing here, looks good. Looks good there. Again, I'm having to eyeball some of it because there are screws and other brackets in the way. But just eyeballing it, this one is still a little off square, just a little bit in that direction. But the front one looks pretty good. It's not as square as this side, so I think some of my extrusions are not cut like to the 1/2 millimeter or 1/4 millimeter or whatever I'm off. But overall, I'm happy with that. I'm not going to complain too much. You know how, you know, I'm glad Dubbed Out said something. Thank you, Dubbed Out. Thank you very much. My address is down in the description. If you would like to send a machinist square, I will gladly accept your donation. So top frame installed. Let's install what they call the printing platform. So the first thing they want me to do is actually install, we pull out this part. You know what I'm going to do? Let's do it this way. More room to work is always better. And so you know, I do have a nice foam mat down here on the floor. So when I put things on the floor, I'm not setting them on concrete. I'm actually setting them on a foam mat. Let's see. So next thing they want me to do is attach the bed to my Z assembly. So that's what I'm going to do now. Let's see, I'm going to need M5 by 20s. Let me take a drink real quick. Again, this video not sponsored by Balls, but I'm hoping. That's good. This is their cherry flavor. If you haven't had cherry balls, there you go. M5 by 20s. Yep, M5 by 20s. There should be 6 of them. And we are just going to screw these in. I don't know why it said, oh. So this is pretty nice. I'm actually very tempted to pull this down a little bit. I'm going to do that first. Am I running the stock board on my Ender 5 Plus? No. Right now I have the Lurge in there still. So if you've missed the Lurge video, please watch the Lurge video. I'm really happy with this board. And I'm not done with the Lurge video. I've got one more Lurge video I want to make before I kind of wrap that up. But no, this is running the Lurge and it is producing top-notch prints. Again, I'm not completely done with it, but I'm really happy with it. No, these are anti-static foam mats. Yeah, so if you're worried, they are not that kind of foam. These are anti-static foam mats from the store. So, and we are going to raise these up to right. Now these are nice. You can see that they're tensioned well because they're easy for me to roll, but they're not falling on their own. So I really like the tension they have on these. Some would want them a little bit looser so that they would fall freely. But given that you want your motor to drive it and not gravity, I like the tension they have on these. So this is going to go right through here. What do we got? Super chat. Thank you very much, Deluxe HD. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. I was wondering, I was like, is Super Chat still working? Super Chat's still working. Ugh. Okay. And then, so there are 6 screws. 2 of them are going to go on this side. 2 of them are going on the other side, and then they've got 2 screws which are coming in on the bottom down here. So it is looking really good. I am interested in showing the build and not myself as much as possible. There we go. The lighting is what the lighting is at this point. There we go. Go ahead, if I can have a moderator approve that chat from 3D printing and painting, it is allowed. I don't mind at all. I'm just looking to line up that. If someone else doesn't approve it, there we go. So 3D and printing and painting. 3D Printing General will be on as his special guest, and they're giving away an Ender 3 V2. So if you are available, go check out 3D Printing and Painting. Excellent channel if you want some more community content. He's got a great channel. I've been on his channel once, and we had a good time. So I had let's see, Radmaster asked, what do I think about my Exo Slide? I love the Exo Slide. A lot of people go, but you said it didn't improve your prints drastically. You're right, it didn't improve my prints drastically. It may have made a bit of a difference. It may be a little bit better. But the reason I like the Exo Slide is my printer is quieter and my printer has less maintenance. And honestly, that's worth more than the improved quality to me. The fact that I am not constantly cleaning off those damn wheels, excuse me, that's how I feel. The fact that I'm not cleaning off those wheels all the time is a huge plus to me. And it's smooth, it's quiet, it just works really, really well. So I still highly recommend Exo Slide. It's not a particularly inexpensive or, expensive upgrade. I really like it. Ender 6 build volume is 250, 250, 400. Ender 5 Plus is 350. So why would I choose the Ender 6? It's faster, supposedly. We're going to get into that. As I do a full review on this later, we'll talk more about that in my full review. But if it really is faster, then it comes down, do you need the size? Because if you need the size, there's not really a competition. It's what you've got to work with. But if size is not a consideration for you and it's all about performance, then maybe that's all you needed. So as I said, I did the 2 sides. Now I'm going on to do the bottoms, and then the bed will be attached to the frame. What was that? Up. $10 super chat from Radmaster. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Keeping the channel going with the super chats. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer your questions with or without the super chats. It's just a matter of seeing it. Hey, Chris Travis. Longtime friend of the channel, Chris. Are the white PTFE wheels more durable? I have not tried the white ones. I think the white ones, instead of being made out of palm, I think they're made out of, maybe someone can beat me to it. But yeah, they're made out of something, polycarb. Yeah, they're made out of polycarbonate. And I haven't tried them myself. The problem with them being made of polycarbonate, I think, is going to be that they don't have any give. They're going to be fairly rigid. So you may end up with more artifacts in your prints. But again, that's just going off the top of my head. All right, so now that's done. Assembled. Let's see, now they want me to put it in the printer. So keep in mind, this whole time I've kept this piece of foam up here. So if you're building at home, I've left this foam in because I think it's a good thing to make sure that you don't accidentally compress that Z-screw too much. Let's go back with this. right, so we're going to get M5 by 25s. M5 by 25s. I'm going to pull those out over here. So Owling is mentioning that you can convert a 5 to a CoreXY, yes, and you can convert a 5 Plus to a CoreXY. It's not easy. It's not cheap. So I was telling this to my Patreon supporters. So I had a live stream just for my Patreon supporters last weekend. So if you're not part of Patreon and you would like more one-on-one time with me, I do offer like exclusive live streams as often as I can do them to Patreon supporters. And we were doing a live get-together that we do. And I was talking about I do have a kit for an Ender 5 Plus to turn it into a CoreXY. And you're going to be seeing that soon on the channel. So keep an eye out. That is coming very soon. And I'm probably going to be doing that in a series of live streams. So how are they showing this coming in here? So they want the bed all the way at the bottom so that you can slide it in correctly. So Itiest, I know that's wrong, but Itiest is saying you can't super chat in his region, or his or her region, excuse me, but it's about time to support you on Patreon, and I would really appreciate that. I also take PayPal if you want to. There's obviously, I'm not pushing one way or the other, but there's also PayPal links in the description, and I'm guessing even Israel has PayPal. So there we go. I'm going to put this, I've moved it to the bottom. Now I am putting it in here very carefully, not to grab any wires or anything. And then this is going to seat. So, you know, I like to show you what's going on here, even though it's going to be really hard. There's a hole down here in the bottom. And this hole seats the bottom of my build gantry. You have to get your motor connector in there first, and then it should pop right in. Let's hope I did that right. Let's see. I have a feeling, though, that you're going to have to plug in that motor somehow. How do you plug in that motor? Where do they talk about plugging in the motor? Because I don't want to do a step and then have to pull something back apart. That doesn't sound fun. So if I go ahead and attach this, and that motor is not connected, okay. So there is, I can get to it, but, so I'm going to use these nifty feet, which allow me to overhang off the side here. And I'm going to check down here. Now the problem is I can't see that motor plug. And I think I saw it inside my chassis. So let me see if I can find that motor plug before we go any further. There it is. So down here, again, the side camera is not going to help me much here, I don't think. Let's give it a shot. Nope, I don't need to reopen. Don't need to reopen. Yeah, that's great. All right, so here we are. Here we are. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so here we are. This is where this is going to set down into here. Even better. Okay, so this is going to set down into here. Before you do that, there is a motor wire. It is even labeled Z or Z right here on the connector. Make sure you've reached in there, found this connector, and put it out to the bottom so that you can get to it to hook up that motor. All right? Tip, big tip, I think. Asterisk, whatever you need to do to remind yourself of that right there. So now we can put this back in here. Make sure our motor connector is not getting in the way. And then this should sit flush with the case. You know what? Let me see. I can't plug it in yet. Otherwise, I'd go ahead and do it. All right, so I just need to make sure. There we go. Okay, seated. So that looks good. All right. So someone said that tape was supposed to be holding that wire. So it wasn't holding that wire for me anymore. So I didn't know what that tape was for, but maybe that's what it was for. I'm going to take your word for that maybe that's what they had in mind. So I've got 8 of these M5 by 25s. The first ones are going to go, let me go ahead and swap out. All right. So the first ones are going to go up here at the top. You know what? I'm still not happy. I'm trying to show you guys what I'm doing. This isn't about me. This is about the printer. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead, before I do anything else, I'm going to finger tighten all 8 of these screws so that I know that they're in there properly and holding everything together. So this is good mechanical work no matter what you're building, whether it's an IKEA cabinet or whether it is a 3D printer. Hand tightening as many of your screws in the step that you can so that everything lines up before you keep on going is just a terrific idea. Yeah, someone's mentioning that they like seeing these 2040s as opposed to 2020s all the time, and I completely agree with that. The more rigid we can make these printers, the better. So yeah, the only 2020 I think I see on the whole machine is just on our X Gantry. Yeah, I don't know where those CNC makers asking where those 2 screws went, are supposed to be at, and I don't know yet. I haven't found them. All right, so all 8 are finger tightened. So now I'm going to tighten these up at the bottom. There we go. Tighten these up. Again, sort of tightening them equally as I go instead of trying to tighten one at a time, which may get things off square. In my opinion, would the Ender 6 support a heated enclosure up to 100°C? I think it would do fairly well if you covered the top, mainly because you can keep your electronics are isolated in the base and your display is isolated out the front. So it actually should be a really good contender for fully enclosing if you keep the enclosure just to your printing area. Yeah, I don't know how hot you're getting the enclosure. I don't have a good answer for you there. I don't know if you're getting it to 100°C or, I don't know how hot you can get it. I do worry about those plastic doors. I don't know what rating that plastic is. I don't know the exact plastic that they used. Is that a 10mm axle? You know what? The difference between an 8 and a 10 to me is, I don't think I'm going to eye it very easily, but I can try to figure it out. I don't think I've got my calipers outside. I've been doing something up at the desktop. So I'm tightening the top here, which is the part that you can't see. But now I'm going back to the bottom and retightening the bottom. Again, I'm not over tightening these, even if it looks like I am. I'm not putting that much tension on them. Do the belts work well under heat? These should, because I think these are the carbon fiber reinforced belts. So I don't think there'll be any problem. All right, so I think we're getting some good feedback in the chat on whether heating the entire enclosure up to 100°C is a good idea. So, people with more experience than me, please take note in the chat. So that is good. So there we go. I think that's all 8 of those. Next thing we're going to do, and I will go ahead and do this step, which is just the side that supports the motor and the filament holder. We can go ahead and put this one on and not put the rest of them on. And I've got plastic, and I'm going to do the ever so wonderful, I feel like I'm off here. Is that it? There it is. I'm going to pull this off. Yeah. Very nicely pull this off for all of you. I don't have a close-up on this side of the desk. There we go. Let's do the other side. Knowing me, I shouldn't be taking off the protective film to begin with because I'm going to scratch it up no matter what. But I don't want to have to do it later when I've already got stuff on top of it. No, they're still blue. It's still blue. This is just foggy blue. So we're not getting rid of the blue. I am trying to keep my fingerprints off of it, which is just going to be a nightmare. Well, that smells like plastic. Okay, dokay. I'm going to go straight with this again because I'm going to be working on this side. There we go. Okay, so this one says we're going to need M5 by 20s. There's like 10 of them. Yep, I got plenty of M5 by 20s. Yeah, the color's good. I'm not complaining about the color. I was worried that it would be too dark to see through, but I think it's a nice color. And so we're going to take this, and I've got the front facing you guys, which means that this goes like this, I believe. And it's pretty easy to tell because I have my power supply switch through here, and I have my power connector, which goes to, you know, AC. There, that's a little bit better. So right here is my power supply switch for the 110, what do they call it, 115, 230 is right there. And then I've got my actual power coming in there. So there we go. Did I just break it? Will you stop it? Man, hair is just being attracted to this like crazy. So unfortunately, it's not anti-static plastic. So let's go and get these in here. There are apparently 10 of them. I think there's 2 up here. I'm going to go ahead and get these in here. Now, obviously, when you're doing these are definitely do not over-tighten screws. Because if you over-tighten these things, you are going to crack your plastic in no time. That's 2 on top, 3 on the front and the back, and then 2 on the bottom. See, some people know what's going on. Travis says to go get a dryer sheet and I can get rid of that static. So I will probably be doing that after this video because I like the idea. Yep, they send you some rubber washers. I can protect this. Yes, it did come with these plexiglass plates. I do think there's an option to not get them if you don't want them, but they are standard. Isn't this already 32-bit? Yes, this printer is already 32-bit. I've already checked that. It does have a 32-bit ARM on board. I'm curious to see what people will find out if they upgrade it to direct drive. I want to know how much it slows down the printer, or if they find a direct drive extruder that doesn't add any significant amount of weight. That's what I'd want to do. But as I mentioned, though, I really like the Bowden extruder that they've shipped with it because it It's not, I'm trying to think and work at the same time. I like the Bowden extruder, or excuse me, yeah, the Bowden extruder it comes with because it's beefy. It's a really nice extruder. So I can't complain. I don't think I'm going to be replacing mine. I know a lot of people are just in love with direct drive, but if you can get a Bowden that is dual gear and is has a nice filament path that you're not going to leak TPU out of, that's a real winner. Couple of questions. Creality has a hinged top for the CR6. It's on their VIP mall. Oh, hold on, I lost you. VIP mall, but I haven't found it for sale anywhere. Okay, I will get in touch with Creality. Would it not be better for them to leave off so you can adjust stuff, or you're going to be sanding? Oh, yeah. I've already mentioned Xanar 7 that I'm only putting on this side, and it's because it interfaces directly with where you attach the motor and the filament holder. So I'm only putting on this side. I don't think it's going to affect me having it on one side. No problem. Don't mind you double checking me. That keeps me doing what I'm supposed to. So someone ordered a Bondtech. Let's see. People with your names. Donatius. I may have gotten it there. Donatius, I ordered the Bondtech LGX last night. That sounds awesome. Long Bowden suck. Now, I know. I have a tough time convincing me that the long Bowden on my Ender 5 Plus sucks, because I literally have no problems with it. So, alrighty. So that side is on. Let's get the rest of the pieces on, and we're going to be pretty close to actually having a working printer here. So next up, we've got the filament detection. We've got our spool holder. We've got our extruder, which I've already gushed over a bit. We have the spool and nut. And then we're going to need a bunch of M4x16s. M4x16s. And so one thing I'm noticing here, there are, from what I can tell, there are no T-nuts anywhere on this printer. Everything has been pre-drilled into the extrusions to not need T-nuts. So super happy with their inclusion of just pre-tapping all the holes where they're supposed to be, and it's very clean. I've had no problems inserting these. As you've seen, I have been mainly finger tightening everything to start off with. Let me see. This should line up with the center of that hole, and it does. Let me go ahead. Again, out of interest of letting you watch what I'm doing, let's see if the camera can get all the way over there without it being too dark. All right, that's pretty good. I like that. You can see that case is definitely pretty clear still. All right, I think, sorry, trying to get it as clear as possible. As you can see, putting this in here. Excuse that side of the garage. It's still, so that, now that's on my list of to do. I want to clean off that side of the garage so my shots look a little bit better when going across the garage. Thank you, Astro Printer. Astro Printer. Everybody listen to Astro Printer. He knows what he's talking about. All right. I'm just tightening this down. This will be the structural component that holds our spools so that the weight of the spool is not on the plastic. That was thinking ahead. All right, next up we have the filament holder. Excuse me, yeah. So how do they want this on? So filament. Filament. All right, so this is the filament. It goes through the outside into the inside so that it still clamps here, but the filament is actually on the outside. And there's an arrow pointing in this direction. There we go. And the top one. Again, everything's tapped really, really well, as I was just explaining. I do recommend having your own tools to do this. I'm sure that the ones that they come with work just fine, but having these types of screwdrivers when doing this is really making this assembly easier. So, okay, so I'm being told that I shouldn't have tightened that all the way. If I need to come loosen it up, I will. So I'll come back to that. And then the filament, excuse me, the extruder is going to go, ah, okay. So this is interesting. Maybe there's not a good angle for this. So I'm going to switch back to the other one and see if I can get it in there, kind of. So, big extruder. It is going to go, aha, I see. So it's going to go this way, and then it's going to slide through, boom. So your filament path is going to be straight up into your extruder, out the top, and then you're going to attach the screws just like what we did on the filament detection. We're going to attach these on the inside. Some of this is not the easiest thing in the world to attach. It's not like I'm having to finagle myself in here just a little bit to get to where I want to be to screw this in. That one's not going in great, so let me try the bottom one. But let's be honest, this is the hardest thing I've had to get in this printer, and it's just, have you a nice tabletop to work on. Don't be in a hurry. There we go. I got the bottom one in. I'm going to come back and try to readjust the top one. There we go. I was just cross-threading it a little bit. And then I want to align my filament path a little bit. I'm actually pushing this out a little bit. I don't want it. You know what? Let me go ahead and do this. I've tightened the bottom one, so let's do this with the extruder. I'm going to grab a small piece of filament, which I know I have laying around here. I'm going to align this filament path as much as possible. It doesn't have to be perfect. There's a pretty good amount of spacing between these two, but I would like to go ahead and align it. Oh, that broke. Old filament, guys, old filament. I'm going to align this as much as possible. Let's go from the bottom and through the bottom. And that should allow me to align this pretty well. So yeah, that works pretty good. Again, on mine it seems like if I push it all the way in, it's pretty aligned. So that's what I'm going to go with for now. And I did see I had a super chat, so I'm not ignoring that. I just got to get back to it in a minute. So, tightening it down now. Filament path relatively straight. Not really torquing on that filament at all. Okay. So, yep, and I go right into there. So we are good. I can go in the garbage. Okay, so all of these are attached. Let me go back to that super chat because I don't want to ignore that. See, from J Costuyo, sorry, J Costio, I asked about heated enclosure because I'm looking for low-cost platform for PC plus CF or nylon 12 plus CF. Well, I can be honest. I print PC plus CF with no enclosure on my Ender 5 and Ender 5 Plus without any problem. I have a micro Swiss hot end. I have a bed that has good adhesion, and I have had no problems printing PC plus CF. Now, that's not to say that you won't have problems. That's not to say that if your part's big enough, thin enough, has the right dimensions that you won't have problems. But I don't have a problem with PC plus CF without an enclosure. That's me personally. Nylon 12 plus CF may be a little bit different. And so if what was told to me before about this platform having a top coming out from Creality, this may be a good platform. Otherwise, I have not tested a whole lot of enclosures so far. So I don't have a lot of information from you there, or for you there, excuse me. All right, and then the last part of this step is to actually go ahead and put on the filament holder. All right, so that's in there well. Again, it's being supported by the bracket, not by the plastic. Now the rest, they're going to ask me to install the corner protectors, which technically I could do because they're telling me to do it without even worrying about the plastic, the walls. And so it looks like it goes on one direction. There is a little right here. See right here? There's this one. See, there's none of these other ones have the grooves. This one has a little groove right here that only goes in one direction. So that's what you're looking for when you're attaching this into the printer. So let's see. So maybe they go on certain ways just for ease of putting it on here. I'm going to put on the corners. We'll worry about maybe the... So keep me from hurting myself later. Yeah, this should only go in one direction because of that. How did that go? If this takes me more than a second to figure out how to install, I'm not going to do it. Are we in a position where if you don't have the right way to install it, maybe this one goes down here. There we go. I'm going to get them on here for the most part. Doesn't take but a second. Still thinking that these only can go on here one way. So I'm a little confused. Because sometimes these aren't going to fit very far otherwise. Other ones I've got. This is fun. Yep, see that won't go on this way or this way. I feel like I'm doing a IQ test. If so, I don't know if I'm don't know if I'm passing it. Are they all the same? No, they're not all the same. I didn't think so. That one goes on there. And this one's going to go on over here. So keep that in mind. These a bit of a puzzle finding out which corner you want each of these on, or where they will actually go. That one goes here. So Jessica is asking, did you buy this or just unboxing / build? I did not buy this one. This one was provided by Banggood. So thank you, Banggood, for sending over this printer. They wanted to know, could I do a review for them? I said, yes, let's pick one that people would like. And so we settled on this one. And I think I was right. People seem to be really enjoying it. So Banggood provided this one. This was not by Creality. All right. So, passed the IQ test. Yes, I get that there was irony about passing or failing an IQ test. Thank you. I'm glad you got that there was an irony about passing or failing an IQ test. But yeah, these are all keyed to where they will only go on a certain corner. So now we're all prettied up and we are ready to start doing our wiring. So first up on the wiring department, again, I'm going to just be playing crazy trying to get all my camera angles here while I do this because wiring is everywhere. So first up on the wiring is the bed. So I've got the bed and thermistor. Those wires come out right here in this corner. So these are pretty simple. We have, this is an XT60, and not only is it an XT60, it is an authentic XT60 made by AMAS. So it is a real XT60 part, not a knockoff. And this should go in here only one direction, so that was easy. That's the bed. And then the next part is going to be me trying to get this lined up so that you can see where all the wires go. I'm going to be trying to go all the way across the printer here to get this. It's not going to be terrific, so zoom, focus. So that's the best I'm getting on here. Thank you guys for such an active chat, given the fact that I can't even follow what's going on. We've got 300 people watching, 300 people jumping on this one, and I really appreciate everyone joining me. Sorry I can't participate as much in the chat as usual, but when they start flying like this, it's difficult for me to keep up and keep the build going. So hopefully this is self-entertaining. So next up, we are going to wire up the cable connection up in this corner here. And we are going to find various fans. Do they say anywhere in particular to take this? Everything's going to need to stay inside. Ah, they have cable management. So I can't show you, well, let me do this real quick. Up here, there's a cable management thingy for the whole wire loom. I can't say enough good things about built-in cable management. So they've got a little bracket here that you can tie in the cables to keep them down. So that's a good thing. Everything has to stay inside, keep in mind. Because it can't come in the side, we're going to have a piece of plastic here. So let's go ahead and figure out where everything is going to go. So first thing I'm looking for are fan. Yeah, there's a fan. Where is fan? So this is fan. Let's go and do all of these off of this loom first. If I can find out how everything is labeled. So I've got fan, which goes to the bottom one. And these are keyed, so you shouldn't be able to put them in the wrong way. We have K-fan, again, also keyed. Can't put it in the wrong way. We've got Heat 1, which is labeled correctly on here as Heat 1. We've got TH1, which is our thermistor, also correctly labeled on our breakout as TH1. X, which is, let me look at my built-in one here in my manual. X is apparently on the bottom. So X minus. Okay. So I think X goes down here then. Again, keyed. The key to this is up. What stepper driver does this have? Just wondering. Jessica, this has 2208s, supposedly in silent mode. But as other people have pointed out, once you get going, it's not going to be very silent. So I have Z. Z goes up here. And then we have Y. Y is going to be up here. Again, keyed correctly so that you can't put it in backwards. But these are end stops, so it shouldn't matter a whole lot anyway. What else do we have? We're going to have the big power loom here. So this is what's coming from down below. This has the power in it. This has the signals in it. This is going to go right here. And again, it is keyed as well. The key means that you should have the little clip right here. And so we're going to put that in. And it should snap when you get it in there properly. But it is tight. Really tight. There we go. But it does snap in. All right, so we got a bunch of motors still that have to be run. So they're showing A has a bunch of looms. B, let's see, what else we got? So we have those 2 little wires that it came with, 3 little wires that it came with. So we've got these 3 wires that it came with that were in the bags. Okay. And we've got E0 and E0. So we're going to take, this is the extruder. So we're going to plug in one end on the bottom of the extruder. We're going to take the 6 pin goes on the bottom of the extruder. And then we need E0 is going to be is there another cable connection page? No, I'll figure it out. Y detect E. So E is going to be this one right here. Right here next to the motor is E. We've got the colored wire, which is going to be our filament detection. So one end of that is going to go into this hole right here, which is going to run through here and plug into the outside of the filament detection. And then I can tighten that up a little bit. And then the other end is going to run into the DET connector on the bottom center, which is right there. All right, I'm sorry this isn't a better view of this connector, but I'm hoping you're getting what I'm doing. If not, get a bigger monitor. I love that's my solution. And then the final one here, I've got the Y connector. And obviously the Y motor is right here. I'm going to plug that in here. The 6 pin goes into the Y motor. And then the other Y goes straight into here. And if you're keeping up, everything has been plugged in except they have left us a small connector for a BL Touch. So if you want to add a BL Touch, Creality has already set it up for you. There's a BL Touch connector right here. It means there's probably a kit for this printer that you can go buy from Creality. So I will check that out later because maybe I will add it if it's easy. And I'm spent. Give me a minute. All right then. So the next thing they're telling me to do, go ahead and check my power. So right here on the side, I've got power. Is it set to 115 or 230? I think it's going to be set to 230 to be honest, which is the safe choice to ship these printers with. We're going to need a light. Yeah, it's on 230. Now it should be on 115 if that worked correctly. Tell me I don't have a flashlight on me. I usually keep an everyday carry in my pocket. But, all right, so now it's on 115. Verified. Okay. So, all connected. They tell me to check the voltage. They tell me to add all of the other panels, which I'm not going to do at the moment. And thank you, Casper, for the subscription. Very much. Link says thank you. And let's see. That's it for that. We can add doors. So if you missed the beginning, I've got door panels. I've got the sides of the case, the other 3 sides, they're down here on the floor. The only thing it doesn't ship with is a lid, and I've been told that I haven't gone to check it myself, but I've been told that there is actually one Creality is teasing, because no one's found it available to buy, but they've been teasing that there's a lid for this. So, believe it or not, we're ready to power on. Yep, the power lead is a good idea. So we're ready. The only thing I do want to do, so believe it or not, they've got cable management built in all over here. They haven't talked about it anywhere in the instructions about using the cable management, but I want to take a minute and take a look and see what they've got. So we've got cable management on the inside. I'm going to keep turning this. There we go. So there's a lot of cable management in this chassis built in, and hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. So right here, there's cable management here and here for this. I know it's hard to see, it's all black. But if I pull off one side of one of these cable management brackets, if I pull off that side of that one. Did you check all the cables on the board and power supply? I've been reading about loose cables. While I didn't systematically go through, I was in there and I did check that nothing seemed out of place. Excuse me, and everything seemed tight. So I think we're okay. I'm pushing this down into the chassis a little bit more, this wire. I'm pushing it into the chassis a bit more. I am now taking my cable management, putting it on top of that. And what I'm going to do is loosen up this side. Let me go ahead and raise this bed up a little bit. I know that's going to make it hard for you to see now. There's not a good way to do this, so I'm just going to talk through it. I'm going to loosen up the other side of the cable management bracket so that they're fairly even. And I'm just going to tighten it down, you know, loosely. I don't want to press these cables, but I just want to make sure it's not coming out and it's not rattling. So I've got that bottom one done. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the top one where I loosen up that bracket. I'm going to take it back over that cable. And I can't say that I've seen a Creality printer with better cable management. There was definitely some forethought thought in. Hey, while we're drilling all these holes, let's go ahead and put them some brackets in here. And it, you know, it doesn't have to be super tight. Again, we're just making sure that it doesn't wobble on us and make noise. There we go. Does the left motor cable also go to the breakout board on the right? Left motor. This one is not plugged in yet. So I've got one more wire here. We'll go ahead and talk about it. So I've got one more wire here. I was going to get to it when I did this cable management because either I missed it or they forgot about it. And either one of those is possible. No, okay, so I missed it. In step 8, not only do they hook up the bed, which was this thing, they also hook up that motor. So I forgot about that one. That's on me. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look. Again, there's this motor wire here. I can do the same thing here. I'm going to loosen up the two brackets that are on this side. And again, my apologies for not having a right-facing camera. If I had my choice, I guess I'd have camera over here, camera up top. Not quite there yet, but you know, in the future. So what I'm going to do here is I've got the cable for my power supply. Also have the wire for my this motor. And I'm going to take both of those into the cable management. This motor plugs in up top. and everything gets pushed into the base. Now, as far as this one, the bed wire, which is this one right here, even if I take that up halfway, as you can see, there's enough slack on this cable where it can go all the way to the bottom, still have slack, and go all the way to the top and still have slack. So again, well-designed cable management. They thought ahead about where they would need to put these cables in the future. Keep in mind that Creality also has a video showing how the assembly of this printer works on their YouTube channel. And I recommend, if you get one of these, and any of my filming isn't quite good enough to show what you're supposed to be doing, and you want a little bit more help, go check out Creality's video, which has all the right camera angles. Again, if they're filming it not real time as I'm doing, you have a little bit more flexibility on where you put your camera angles. So I'm going to tighten this down. So cable management done on this side, motor plugged in. The only thing I need to cable management at this point is this loom here. And as I mentioned, they actually do have, I wish I could show you this, but honestly, it's not going to get up high enough. There is a, let's just do it. Let's just do it. It may be terrible. And I may not, actually my cables may not be enough. Let's find out. If it's awful, my apologies. There we go. I'm gonna wreck everything. But you see this? There we go. Right here, they have a wire loom holder that I can bump this into right here. So right here, I'm going to attach that right there. That will button up all this wiring so that everything fits correctly. And while I'm here, I can remove this last piece of foam. All right. So, good. I was able to show you what I wanted to. Just took a little bit of ingenuity there. So I am going to loosen up this. Actually, I don't even think I'm going to be able to loosen this. I'm going to actually have to pull this all the way off because it's going to go around that loom to fit correctly. Not usually too short. I feel like I need a bit of a stool. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and pull this. So this is my Bowden tube. Bowden tube is going to go ahead down in here. All right, Bowden tube in place. I'm going to come over here. Let's see, how's this going to go? This is going to crush this a little bit, but I'd rather have it crushed and not be in the way. Unless it's supposed to go underneath the tubing. Maybe that's all I need to do. Just put it under the tube instead of crush the tube. Let's try that. If I want to change it later because it's insufficient, I will. Right now I'm just going to put it underneath the tube, just holding the wires where they should go. I think that'll be good enough for now. Don't think I have to crush that tube down to get it to do right. So about those two orphan screws, they're still orphans. Sad little screws, because as I look around, I am not seeing where two screws may come from. If anyone's got a good idea about where these two little orphan screws, if you have an Ender 6 or have seen videos, take a look and let me know at me if you think you know where those two screws go, because I'm not sure. But I think oh yes, I think it's time to power on. And how do I want to do this? I'm going to try to go sideways here. Greetings, tripod, or John, either one. How you doing, man? So I'm going to take my power, hopefully reach all the way around, because this is crazy. I have to move. This isn't going to be good. Take it underneath. That's the only way I'm reaching. See, you will find out first when the parts fall out. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to plug this in. It is not powered on. But there's my power cable underneath the printer. Okay. Let's get rid of my plastic coating. And close up. And wide shot. Now my level on this camera is off because I picked it up and moved it. Oop, there we go. Yeah, that's not going to cooperate anymore. Oh well, you've got an unlevel camera. So we're going to go down here. If not now, check the grounding. Well, I checked the grounding from there was a ground pin from the power supply, or excuse me, from the actual connector going into the chassis. So I can check it, but I've already seen it. It's in place. The other side of the tube isn't clamped yet. This side, I don't think they're clamping the tubing. Sorry. So yeah, I don't think they're clamping the tubing. They're just using these clamps to just hold the wires in place to keep them from moving. They're not actually strain relief per se. So that's something that I might fix later by putting the mesh tubing over it and then clamping it a little bit better, but that's not how this is designed. It won't fit over that tubing without crushing that tubing. So I'm going to leave it the way it is for now. That's not in the instructions. So next up in the instructions, again, they have me attaching a whole bunch of doors and side panels, and now they're going to want me to do bed leveling. First things first, we are going to pull off the bed because this thing still has a piece of plastic on it. I've already checked the switch. If you saw me a few minutes ago, the switch is good. So don't worry. I'm going to pull the bed off just enough to get to the plastic. Oh, there we go. That's the one I've been looking for. I've already done the PSU switched. I've already done it, I promise. I already checked it. It's at 115 now. That was the pill we deserve. That's right. That's exactly what I was trying to say. So I got to get this back underneath these clips, which, let's be honest, is no minor task. So, all right. So now we can clip the front back down. All right. Everybody ready? Matthew, thank you. Thank you. I did. I'm going to pull off some stickers here, prolonging this install. Now that I have less stickers. Go for it. I'm hearing go for it. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. Sci-fi fan. What? No binder clips? No. No more binder clips. Everybody ready? So the switch is over here. Let's power it on. Boom. I have fans. I have Creality Ender 6. Boom, we are alive. Now, so they're not binder clips. They're something new that they've started doing. They take up a lot less room. They don't stick up. You can pull them off. Bang, we are good. We're good. It's alive. And so I like to follow directions. And the first thing they've got us doing here is leveling. So let's do that. We're going to go to settings. Ooh, hey, you wanted to know why we have a big old speaker in the bottom. That's why. So they can do dial tones. Make sure you're hearing that. They can do dial tones. I love it. We can dial foreign countries now. All right, so settings, leveling, and oh no, you can't see what's going on up here. We're moving. We're moving. Oh, what did I forget to do, guys? After telling you how important it was that I do this, what did I forget to do? I decided plugging in that Z motor wasn't very important, apparently. So, apparently forgot the Z motor. I need to get under here and plug in the Z. I told you it was really important. Now you know why. Now, they didn't make this particularly easy to plug in. There's not a whole lot of room. Now there's a Z motor. Power cable's fine. I'm not crushing anything. See, it still moves. There are feet. Nothing is crushed. And now we have a Z motor. All right, let's try again. I'm gonna go back over here. And camera won't go everywhere at once. So I'm gonna loosen that up a little bit. Let's turn it back on. Let's see if the Z motor will. All right, no sparky on the Z motor. Okay, move that out of the camera. Okay, let's do this again. Settings. We're going to need more height here, I have a feeling. Ugh. Hey, I've been on the internet long enough to know all about Z and Z and the differences between them. By the way, there's no difference. So, we are going to, what did I say, leveling. And look, Z motor works, and while there's a lot of noise going on in the shop here, this is not noisy at all. I'm hearing almost zero sound coming from this. It's very, very quiet. All the cables are out of the way. Everything's nicely managed. I don't have Miranda Max, unfortunately. That's a mainly European filament company, so I don't have any of that over here. All right, so we are now leveled, and now it's just manual bed leveling, which I really should do heated up, right? Everybody agrees this should be done heated. So I'm going to go back, and we're going to move a little bit. We're going to move the bed down. All right. And we're going to heat up before we do our leveling, which they don't tell me to do in the manual, but that's normal. I most of the time don't see them do that. Let's do manual. I'm going to say the nozzle. So the screen is really good. I actually like this better than the interface so far on the Ender 5 Plus. So let's go ahead and do 200. Say OK. And on the bed, we're going to do 60 and say OK. Oop, not 609. That would be a completely different kind of filament. So now we're going to watch this while it heats up a bit. Are the two rando screws M4 by 10s? You know what? I'll grab my ruler. They are M4 by 12s. Yeah, I think they're M4 by 12s. Yeah, check out the description. JK just asked, do I have a referral code, discount code for Banggood? Yes, please check in the description. I have my links to Banggood. Depending on what region you're in, I have discount codes, depending on which warehouse it's going to be shipping from. I don't know why they didn't give me one for the US region. I don't know how they choose what discount they give. Australians are getting a crazy good discount. And I think Europeans are getting a really good discount. So check out the description of this video for those links. Are the rando screws I have for the acrylic? It doesn't seem so, because the acrylic screws are longer. I think these, actually the two rando screws look like M3s, because I think the acrylic screws are M4s or M5s. I got a lot of screws here left over still. There are a lot of screws left over. I know some of these are for the acrylic, some of them are going to be for the door, so we are good. Yeah, I know. I said the discount codes aren't working for the US. They only seem to work in certain warehouses. Again, that's what Banggood provided me. If Banggood provides me some US codes, I will hit her up tonight. I will send her an email and let her know, hey, what about the US? Do you have any codes for them? And I will see what she can get me. And if so, I will provide those later. I'll put them on my socials. When tipped the printer over, it was almost pressing on the power lead. That was plugged into the, could have damaged the plug and socket. All right, let me take a look. I see what you're saying, but no, nothing is damaged. Thanks for mentioning it. I will take a good look at it later, making sure. Yeah, the pit tuning looks really good. That's holding a good solid 200 right now. Still going up on the bed, but the nozzles, you know, 199, 200. It may be able to be a little bit better, but I'm pretty happy with that. And let me get out my feeler gauges as I go to do this properly. I have them. I might as well use them. I've been playing with the feeler gauges a little bit more. I'm starting to like 0.1 on the feeler gauges as a better height than 0.18, which is what I'd been using previously. So I think I'm going to do 0.1 on this printer and see how that works. There's my feeler gauge at 0.1. But as usual, if you guys do use my code, or excuse me, if you do order this printer, if you can follow my Banggood link, that helps out the channel without you having to spend any extra money. So check out the Banggood link in my description if you're thinking about buying one. I appreciate it. All right, so we are good. I'm going to go back. We're going to go back. We're going to go settings. We're going to go leveling. And we are going to level this printer. And this is going to be a fun shot. There we go. This is not going to be fun at all. But let's see. I know I'm not level here, but that's all this. I'm on a boom here to be able to even do this. So let's go ahead and take a look. We're going to start in the front left corner. And I'm going to level, like I said, I've got a 0.1 feeler gauge here. I want this to look good, but I want, more importantly, want to make sure I'm level. Feeler gauges are better than paper because, again, it's better than not knowing how much you're supposed to be dragging this. So that's good. We're going to do 3. All right, so again, we're going to loosen this up a bit here. A little too tight. Okay, that's good. I'm going to do 0.4. Okay, that one's good. And then we're going to go over and do 0.5. There's 0.5. Let's do 0.1, which is in the center. And bed is, let's go back and do 2 again now that we've gone all the way around. Yeah, now 2's too tight. So that's what happens as you go through and you level up everything. You're going to have to re-level just to make sure that all those other changes don't affect the other corners. Okay, that's good. Let's do 3 again. Now this one. Okay, and 5. Obviously, I'm not watching the chat while I'm doing this. Okay, and let's try that center one more time. So the center's still a little bit tight. There may be just a little bit of raise. I can get that underneath it if I just push a little bit. So I'm going to leave that for now, and we'll adjust on that first layer as we go. But the middle looks good. That's where I am right now. If you're missing it, I'm in the middle, and there just happens to be this bracket in the way. All right. So I think we're level. Time to see, we're all preheated as well. So let's get some filament and start printing. We'll see what it comes with on the SD card. How's the bed rigidity? That's a great question. Let me go ahead and back this out of leveling. I'm going to move my Z down a little bit before I start touching anything. And I appreciate that. $15 super chat from Theodore. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I haven't seen it actually pop up here. Man, apparently it's popping up faster there than it is on my screen, so I don't know what you said about it. So we'll wait. We'll see when it pops up here. And there was another super chat and another, wow. Thank you all. I'll get to those. They're not popping up in the chat yet. How am I missing things in the super chat, but it's popping up on my other screen unless something's completely out of sync here. Yeah, I know. I'm not seeing the super chats in the chat either, but they're popping up on the screen. I do not know what's going on there. So if I miss super chats, we're just coming back now. Let me see. Have I missed them in the past and they're just catching up? You know what? I'm going to go find out. I have no idea what's going on here. So, we'll assume that the super chat will catch up and I will be able to thank you all fully. That's bizarre. Or OBS is bugging out. Who knows? We'll come back to those. So let's find out what's going on here. Do my close-up. Oh, all right. We're going to go back down to the display. I'm guessing OBS is bugging out, but that's a weird bug out. Okay. All right. So let's see what it came with. And the... Okay, what am I missing? There it is. Can't see it from my side. There's that $5. So that one was right. I don't know what happened to those other ones, but at least we can verify. Thank you, Boodog, for testing out the OBS to see what was going on. I appreciate that. So let's plug in our SD card. And Oh, good snap on there for a full-size SD. And we're going to go to, back again, we're going to say print. Boy, this is wonderful. I have names of things that I have no idea what they are. I've got 4 different prints and have no idea what they are. So apparently, here's what I want to do. Let me do this, because I could obviously just pick one randomly and we could be here all day. Let me go ahead and plug this into my system. And then we will be able to hopefully open these up with Cura and find out what they are. Oh, looky there. We have people in the chat that know what's going on. So 2020 is a fan duct, Mao is a cat, and Gao is a dog. Well, yeah, I mean, when you say it like that, it's easy. So, you saved me some time. We've seen the dog. I think the cat is going to be probably the best bet then. So let's go for the cat. Let's print. Hopefully that's just a little waving cat. Let's say print. And we're going to need to fuel the printer. So back to the wide shot. What shall we fuel it with? What do we want? Because, like I said before, I really don't like using the filament it comes with, because you never know what you're going to get. So what do I have sitting around here? I have a lot sitting around here. But, you know what? How about bright green cat? Sounds good to me. So I'm going to grab, I think the cat's going to be the quickest, because if it's that usual dog, that dog is going to be pretty rough. I'm going to try this one. And you know what, I'm going to come around to the right side of the printer and make this easy on myself. So, I like this green. So this is, I forgot what color green they call this. This is filament 1. This is their bright neon green color. I really like all of their color choices. So into here. And that fuels really well. I'm going to push it up. I'm going to push it right before I get to the hot end so that I don't waste too much filament as it tries to fuel. And let's go ahead and sit here, and we will do close up. We're going to do settings, refuel. Oh, okay, so this isn't like a dummy fuel refuel thing. This is actually, it's got feed and go backwards. So that should see, ooh, that nozzle's stuck there. All right, so you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing. So we're going to do feed. Whoa, it's got great sounds. What the? That's not actually doing anything. Are we heated still? If it has, by the way, if you didn't want the sound, notice up here at the top. Oh, there's a rabbit too. Tuzi is a rabbit. So you want me to get rid of the sound? Oh, come on. But why would we get rid of the sound? See, temp. Are we still heated? We're still heated. So why isn't my fuel working? So the fuel is not working, and I do not know why. It's not doing anything. Okay, I'm hearing Tuzi according to AstroPrint. Yes, it does have a 32-bit board, VES. So feeding is not working. Forget that. All right, so I'm just going to manually feed it then. I thought I'd try the screen. I don't know why that's not working. I'll figure that out later. It's not worth the time. So now I'm pushing out the white filament that they had in there before, which is what they tested with. So this printer has been tested. Keep in mind that this is from Banggood, meaning this wasn't a hand-selected printer or anything from Creality. This is actually... Oh, you know what? It's loading now. I don't know what changed, but apparently it's trying to do all those feeds I told it to do earlier. I have no idea what's going on. Now it's shoving out filament. It finally decided now was the time to do all that extrusion that I told it to a minute ago. The hot end was heated. I'm guessing that maybe there was a preheat in it. But it did come out finally. So it did load. The Bowden is not kinked. It is floppy, but it's not kinked. All right, so let's go ahead with the print. We say print. We're going to do the 2Z, which I'm hearing is a bunny. And we need to get this to where you can see what's going on. I'm going to try it where I've got it, but I don't think that's going to work. I think we're going to go higher. Do I have higher? I don't even know if I have higher. I think it had to preheat. I think is what was going on when I told it to feed. It may have had a preheat setting that it wanted to get to before it did anything. And then when it got there, it did what I told it to. That's my guess. I'm doing a camera setup change here, so excuse me while I figure out how I want to do this. Otherwise, I'm going to have a mess. Okay, almost there. I didn't realize how tall this printer was going to be when I got started. So I'm trying to compensate for the height of the printer. But I think I've got it. So give me 1 second. This is why I need the overhead camera too. All right. What's going on in the chat? Anything? All right. Close up. Now we'll get everyone squared away. Oh, that's nice and clear. I like that. There we go. Is that a good shot for everyone? As we go here and we say print. It's already heated up, so it doesn't have anywhere to go. Let me grab this little piece of filament out from underneath it. And I'll adjust the corners as we need to. Hopefully it has a nice purge line here. That means that they're using a reasonably current version of Cura to slice this. Getting a little bit closer. I don't know why it's so far away. Now we are pretty far away here. I don't know why we're not closer, but it's easy to adjust. I may have to restart one more time as I've gotten the bed adjusted. Okay, I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to go ahead and start. Hopefully it has a nice, okay. So I've got my start layer cleaned up just by adjusting as we go. It may have had baby stepping, but by the time I got to it, I don't know, old school like that. All right, let's do it again. Print, 2Z, print. Does it have baby stepping? It does have baby stepping, so I've kind of screwed up my level here, but I don't care. We'll get it. It does have baby stepping, so thanks for mentioning that. We'll get all heated back up here real fast. I mentioned it earlier, Sci-Fi fan, factory belt tension is excellent. It's actually really tight. If at anything, I'd go a little bit looser, but since it's a CoreXY, I think tighter is better. So I'm happy with it. I'll make sure we are good still here. Should be able to see it good. This time I will adjust using baby stepping, if I need to. No, this time we're close enough. Looks good. I'd rather have it a little tighter than too far away. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. You have to excuse me as I'm watching it go. I don't think this is going to be hard to dial in at all. Again, with that baby stepping there, I will go back next time. I will adjust to make sure I'm level, and then I'll just baby step if I'm off a little bit. And then that should stay reasonably level. But this looks really good. I've got a good squish on there, but it's not too much. And it does look like it's printing pretty good. It's not a big nozzle. It should be a standard 0.4 as far as I know. Can the belt tension be adjusted? I'm sure they adjusted it somehow to begin with. I'll have to find out as I play with it though, how hard it is to tension. It's printing really well though. This first layer is going down really nicely. Again, if you're hearing noise in the background at all at this point, it is from the printer behind me. This printer's not making any noise except a little bit of fan noise. So. Yep, thanks for mentioning that, Superconductor. Zachary does have some Ender 6 videos up. He's already taken a look at this a couple of times in his videos, so take a look at that if you want some more. Jason says, belt tension is a pain. Loosen the motor bracket from underside with one bolt, then turn a set of screws on the top rear corner of the motor to pull the motor bracket. Okay. So Alling has how many reviews do I have coming out? A lot. More than I really like to think about at one time. The next review I'm going to have coming out is I've got the toy DIY from EQ Maker, the toy DIY 2 that they're doing a Kickstarter. This is the last week of that Kickstarter, so I need to get that review up in the next couple of days, so you'll see that first. Then I'm probably going to have the review of the Ender 3 Max. And then I'm going to have the review of the new Ariel T-Rex. So, there we go. Yeah, I would like to lock in the tube. I agree with you. Ask her about the tube there on the end, about it locking or not locking. I would prefer if the tube itself had a bracket, and that would be super easy to print. So I'll probably do that, get some longer screws, and just build a nice holder for that tube. Be real easy. Do you think this one's better than the CR6 SE? Okay, so keep in mind the CR6 Max is a lot bigger than this, so it's not comparable. The CR6 SE, I don't own one, but I have to admit, on initial inspection of this one, I really like it. Do I like it better than the CR6 SE? I can't tell you yet. I haven't finished testing my CR6 Max, and so I can't finish. And I haven't, this is my first print on this one, so I honestly can't tell you what my thoughts are until I finish it up. Not a fan of the blue corner brackets, like this one. Boop, no blue corner bracket. You don't have to have the side panels, and guess what? You don't have to have these brackets just because you put on the plastic. These don't actually hold on the plastic. The plastic's held on by screws from everything I could tell. So, CNC Maker makes a great point that the Ender line, the Ender 5.6 line, is a box frame line versus the CR6 line, which is a T-frame. And as far as rigidity, I don't think you're going to beat these box frames as opposed to the T-frames. But the CR6 regular SE, I mean, this is a lot more expensive than that printer. Oh, Robert mentions that he thinks it's a bit slow looking for a CoreXY. And obviously that's because that's the speed that they sliced it at. But there's no reason that we can't try to go faster, right? So who wants to go faster? Who wants to just, I normally don't do this with a printer, but this printer says that they can really go up to 3 times faster. So I think we should push it and see what it can do, as long as the menus will let me do that. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to increase the nozzle temperature, which I can do in the menus. So I'm going to go into the menus and I'm going to increase my nozzle temperature to 215. Okay, so we're going to get the nozzle temp to 215. Okay, and now we are going to crank, and I can't show you both at the same time. So we're going to crank it. Let's go to 150. 150% speed. Done. So now we're at 150%. Now we're moving. So this is hopping now. There we go. I'm hearing 0 clicking from the extruder, because obviously the extruder is designed to do this. It's a big motor and it has the dual feeding gears. So let's do a layer at this speed. All right. So let's go ahead. I'm going to take the temp to 220. And we're going to crank it to 200. Yeah, their slicing speed is unknown. I'm guessing it's 50 or 60. There's 200%. So that's a good speed, and the quality is looking really good to me. I know you can't see the quality the way that I can, but it's looking really good. So this is at 200%. Those travels are really fast. Hey, I like perimeters. Don't pick on the perimeters. It is quiet. I mean, we're moving at, like I said, 200% speed here, and we're having no extrusion issues, and the motors are not getting loud. And the extrusions are clean. I'm looking at those, that infill, and those are very clean infill lines. And the fans are quiet. I mean, the fans are as quiet as anything I hear from Creality, although, yeah, everything's running. Even the part cooling fan is running. All right, who wants to go faster? Or should I let it go? Let me know, guys. This is your stream. Faster? Max it out, 300%. Everyone wants to just see it break. So what should I take the temperature to? If I'm going to take it to 300%, what temperature should I do? We're up to 220 on the filament right now, and this filament is, I think, standard. Standard, it can go up to 215. So I'm hearing 10 more, 10 more. Okay, so we'll go 225. 225 degrees on the filament. My biggest concern, I'll tell you right now, my biggest concern is this little piece of rabbit, whatever it is over here, coming off the bed. That's my biggest concern. Is that if we go too fast, we're going to knock that piece off somehow. Okay, so we're doing 225. And we're going to go 250%. Okay, 250% now. Cooling fan is either on or off. I don't have control of the cooling fan. So it's on or off, and it is on. So, yeah. So right now, 225 degrees on the nozzle, 250% on the print speed, and the walls are just as clean now as they started out to be. The table is not moving much. The frame is not moving much. It's very sturdy. I'm not feeling anything moving. And the table's on casters, and I'm still not feeling it moving. Okay, Owling says to hit 300%. The motors are warm to the touch, but not hot. And the extruder's not even warm. The extruder is not even warm right now. All right. All right, here we go. 300%. Done. So out of the box, no tweaking, no tuning, just, bringing up our nozzle temperature. We're at 300%. And like I said, I'm on this table and it's not moving. So all of the vibration is being, it's not vibrating like crazy or anything. Even the bed, I'm holding the bed a little bit with my hand, as you can see a little bit in the frame. guesstimate's 150. I think it's very possible we're getting 150 on our fastest print. But I have no idea what we're getting, you know, on average. Okay. So that's the infill is clean. That's the thing that's impressing me most. Normally when you go super fast on a printer, your infill's the first thing to suffer because it's the fastest part of the print, and I'm not seeing any quality degradation in the infill. Have you seen the NEMA 14 stepper motor setup? It has Bondtech and a geared part as well. Which NEMA 14 stepper motor setup are you talking about, Jessica? From Bondtech? I don't know which one you're talking about. So I'm hearing 350. AstroPrint says faster. I mean, after all, it is a live stream, and we want to see what it can do, right? Hey, someone send Boodog a link to what is CoreXY. CoreXY is CoreXY means we've got motors in the corners. The frame is only being moved by 2 sets of belts, one hooked up to each motor, and so none of the motors are being carried by the, you know, on the frames. Yeah, so I'd love to see the new Bondtech extruder. I like it. I've seen pictures of it. It looks fantastic. I don't have a relationship with Bondtech right now, although if I had more time, I'm sure it wouldn't be hard for me to get one because they make terrific stuff, and I would love to. So what I'm noticing most in person is that I'm just not seeing any degradation in the quality of the print at all so far, which is just blowing my mind, to be honest. The sidewalls look great. The infill looks great. So, all right, so let's take it to 350. At some point, I think we're going to max out what the printer's firmware probably lets us do by default. This is not, someone asked, JKO just asked, is there any sign of ringing? This is not a great print to check ringing because there's no hard edges. Everything's rounded. So it's difficult for me to see any ringing at this point. I'm going to have to try a printer that, or excuse me, a test print that actually would show it. Okay, so let's go faster. 350. Okay, and I'm going to take the temp up just a little bit to 3. You know what? Unless I hear skipping, I'm leaving it at 225 for the temp. All right, so this is it, 350%. And it looks like it too. No, I would never take either of my Ender 5s to 350%. There would be no point. But it's moving. I have to admit, this is the fastest I've ever taken a printer. I've never even tried. It's a quick money. All right, so I was stepped away there for a second, but I'm back. So this is 350% of the original speed that the file was sliced at, which, as far as we can guess, is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 millimeters per second. So this is a lot faster. Will I do some mods to this printer in the future? I promise you that if this printer actually turns out to be as promising as it's looking, and the way that they've designed it with just standard 2040 rails, I will be modding this printer. I will enjoy the heck out of working with this printer, because this is impressive. It's rigid, it's moving. All right, so we're on to 400. I'm going to take it to 230. I'm going to do 230 on the nozzle. And we're going to take it to 400%, and I'm going to top out there. There it is. We'll see when it kicks in. So I can't even tell you what speed we're running at here, but we're at 400% print speed, 230 on the nozzle. That's cranking. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. Thank you for all being here. And by the way, I use guys as a generic term. I appreciate you ladies joining as well. Thank you very much for joining in the stream. It's terrific having you all here. It's terrific being able to do cool printers like this that are not only just like, oh wow, look at the new printer, but like being able to do something cool with it, like, you know, take it up to these speeds is terrific. Thanks, Adam, for joining us. Sorry that you have to go, but I'm glad you were able to tune in. I'm going to try to crank out this print here, even if I have to step away for a minute, because I've been going for a solid 3 hours here, and I think I'm going to need to take a small break. Someone wanted to know what the bed is. The bed actually on this print is at 50 C, not 60. So they chose 50, and I haven't touched it. Is it quiet? Here, I'm going to take my microphone off a little bit. I'm going to pull this, and we're going to put it over here. So hopefully you can still hear me okay. And I'll tell you what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is, like, noise-wise, something somewhere is got a small rattle to it. I'm going to track it down later. I don't know what it is. It could be anything at this point. But there's a small rattle. The motors are not loud. The only thing I'm hearing out of the motors is just speed. I mean, it's moving belts at a high rate of speed. And so, you know, there's a little bit of noise. When I'm looking at the print, what I'm seeing is I may be starting to see actually not good enough cooling to go this fast. What I'm noticing is my top layers have a bit of, you start noticing just a little bit of gooiness when you don't have quite enough cooling for the speed. And I think that's what I'm seeing more than anything. But the extrusions are very clean. I'm not really noticing any extrusion issues. I may be seeing a little bit of ringing on the sides of the bunny. But again, we're not compensating for, you know, this level of speed with new acceleration and new acceleration settings or anything. So it is what it is. Sorry, I'm trying to get my mic back on here. See, I don't know what the acceleration is on this. I didn't slice it, so I'd have to go back in or see what the printer defaults are. Excuse me on the mic. I'm not hearing any of the fans really on this printer. It's not loud, at least not to me. I have other things going on, and you know, I told you behind me there's another print going on, so it's not really super quiet in here. Oh, thank you, Richard. I'm glad you liked it so much you thought you'd pick one up. Thank you, Astro Printer, for the compliment earlier, and yeah, Pet's Fang on here might look really good. Did you see the link I put in chat? Let me see, Jessica. Did I see a link from Jessica? I don't know how long ago that was, Jessica. Put the link back in chat again and see if it'll let you do it. I missed it. My apologies, I was doing 3 things at once. So this is a solid printer. I mean, I don't like to pre-review anything, so please take my assessments at this point with a grain of salt, because I've printed one little bunny. So, but I'm really enjoying this. This is a lot of fun to see what it can do at speed. How many people are still hanging out here? We've got 326 people watching the 3-hour-long live stream because it's rocking, and we've really been making this printer work for it. Checking out the temperatures on the motors. Again, I can touch them. They're warm, but they are not hot. And the extruder motor is barely warm, just barely. So, so far, can't see any problems. I'm guessing, I mean, I can hear the fan inside the chassis because obviously there's a blower that's blowing across those drivers. But anyway. Okay, so my question is, if I run out for a minute, say hi to the family, and leave this going with a little background music going, is everybody going to stick around so I can join you back here in a few minutes and see how this is going? You mind if I take a short break? That's what I'm going to check. I want to make sure the audience is a happy audience, and we're going to let this go. Making sure everyone's sticking around. That's what I want to see. Hey, Jessica, I know that you've tried to send me a link and talk to me about something. Jessica, if I missed your link, if I missed talking to you about what you wanted to talk about, please feel free to hit me up on any social media or send me an email. I always include those links in the description, and I mean it. People contact me all the time. I don't need to be inundated, but I absolutely do my best to contact everyone back. I've got a little bit of a backlog right now. And people I am trying to talk to, but anyway, please, yep, I'm going to take a step away here for a few minutes while this keeps going. I will be back before the bunny is done. And everyone, leave it running. Leave it running. Go share it on your social medias. And I'm losing how dry my mouth has become. Go share this on your social medias and let people know that we have a Ender 6 printing at 400% print speed over here on this live stream. And please go share it with people. Maybe we'll get even higher when I come back. So again, we are at over 300 people now. So thanks, Jessica. Send me a Facebook. And I will see you guys and gals in just a few minutes. Hello, hello, and I am back, and I am going to take some time now as I finish up this live stream to do a little bit of Q&A with whatever you guys want to talk about, and I'm going to wrap up my thoughts on this printer. And I'm going to give you a little first-hand look at, which one do I want? Do I want that one? Yeah. Now you can see me a little bit. I'm hiding behind the printer because it's huge-ish. Huge-ish. So, hello. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. You did, hey, you know, you lived up to your side of the deal, so here I am back. You said that you would stick around, and I appreciate you doing that. So, thank you very much. I'm glad you're all enjoying the stream. Let me try to, mic's a little bit hot. All right. So, yeah, the supports were coming off, but it looked like it recovered nicely. So let me go ahead and give you, before I do anything else, I'm going to give you my opinion of what this print is looking like at this point. Let me put this chat one more time where I can see it on the big monitor. And then if you've got any comments. So the print, particularly on some of the lower levels, when it could really get up to speed, it suffers a little bit from the extreme speed that we're running at. I mean, 400%'s crazy, because we may be somewhere between 150 to 200 millimeter per second on some of the fastest parts of the print at that point. So it's definitely kicking along. I've never printed this fast before. So the sides are suffering a little bit in terms of just some quality issues, but one thing I can say about it is it hasn't skipped any, we haven't had any skips. We haven't had any layer shifts on this printer at all. It hasn't even shifted. I'm not seeing any layer consistency problems at all, which is what I expected to see. Like, it's smooth even though it's not perfect, if you know what I'm saying. I don't have a Tronxy X5SA to compare it to, so unfortunately I can't compare it there. So that's what's surprising me most. I think with a little bit of tuning, this could be pretty incredible, because keep in mind, we've taken a printer that was sliced, a print model that was sliced for a much slower speed, no acceleration tweaks, no jerk tweaks, and just saying go faster, and it's doing a remarkable job at it. I'm looking forward to seeing what it can do on a print that has some straighter areas as well. You know, something that's a box, or at least has some flat areas for us to compare it to. I think arc welder, as Matthew's bringing up here, I think arc welder will be really crazy on this printer. I'd love to see what it can do. Talking about the motors, again, they're warm to the touch, but not hot to the touch. The extruder is still just barely warm. So, with this print not being done, but with me just talking about it, I have to say, it looks like Creality put a lot of thought and engineering into this printer. The extruder was designed well. It's a nice extruder design. While it's not geared, they just put a bigger motor on it for some more torque. Seem to have put plenty of current into that motor to keep it from jerking, even at high rates of speed. It's not skipping steps. I'd be hearing it if it was skipping steps. It's not skipping steps. The X and Y aren't skipping any steps. Obviously, Z just moves a little bit. Since they went with the 2020s on the bed, I'm not seeing any jerks or shaking or anything. If I pull down on the bed just a little bit, I actually barely see it move. So it's definitely a better cantilever design than they did on the standard Ender 5. Everyone keeps asking about a direct drive upgrade. If I were to put a direct drive on this printer, I would go out of my way to make sure that I wasn't adding much more weight than what was already on here, because it's already doing a terrific job. So I'm thinking Hemera, possibly the new extruder from Bondtech, or possibly even the Big Tree Tech new extruder. So those would be what I'd be thinking of direct drive. Not something big. You don't want to add a lot of weight to this because that's the whole point, is to move quickly. Line on the print above the tail could be the print speed. Apart from that, it's all good. Let me see. Can I see what you're seeing? Yeah, that's very possible. I mean, we're going to see some layer issues going at this fast. It'll be interesting to pull this printer apart some, do some weighing of some of the parts to see how much everything actually weighs. Yeah, we're seeing some zitting now on the head, for sure. Let me see, do I have zitting on the other side? I have some zitting on the body on the other side. I think that that's probably from the heat. And we're printing at 230 degrees now. So it's probably oozing a little bit. And then if the jerk on top of that is set a little bit higher, then we're going to be pausing before we switch. Speed, we're not exactly sure. Speed's going to be, like I said, at the fastest, we're going to be printing somewhere between 150 and 200 millimeters per second. So you remove all the sheet metal and the 3D print and the carriage cover access, a couple of 100 grams, yep. Again, I'm happy with the overall construction of it. The main board in it even seems to be really good. This is one of those few times where I'm sitting here going, you know what, the main board's not going to be one of my first upgrades. As long as I can find the source to this and just possibly do any mods that I need to the main printer, I'm not going to need to do much to this main board. It seems to be doing a good job the way it is. I don't want to touch something that's printing good. You know, as we've talked about a little bit earlier on, they did not expose the USB plug. So I'm going to be careful when I plug in a USB. First of all, I want to run the USB outside the case to where I can get to it. I like to be able to plug in. I might want to put Octoprint on here. When I do that, I'm going to be very careful to make sure that I don't run power through the USB. So I'm going to do a power blocker on that USB. And then I'm going to hook up USB somewhere externally. So a lot of people already started modding the Ender 6. Hero Me cooling system. I'm just reading some of the notes that people have in here. There's a light kit that someone's designed. So, oh, Media Dog showed up. Hey, Media Dog, good to see. I agree. Needs a Hero Me on it. I think actually one of the biggest things it's suffering from is inadequate cooling for going this fast. So, yeah, I'm with Thomas. I think the fact that all we're dealing with here is a scaled up speed-wise stock print. I mean, this is going really fast. So we're on the head now. It does look like our percentages of time here on the display are probably based upon height, not based upon how much longer we have to print. Because it says we're only 64% done. Obviously, now that the only thing that's left is the head, that's hard to believe. But if we have some ears, it's easier to believe. Yeah, so part cooling is weak. But I have to say, out of all of the printers I've pulled out lately and done live streams on, this is probably the most impressed I've been. Just because it kind of surprised me that we were able to do so much out of the box. Yeah, I think the zits are completely, I think we can completely get rid of the zits with a custom sliced part. I'm not too worried about that. Have I had any contact with 3D Fused? No, I haven't talked to 3D Fused at all. So If you want them to get in touch with me, please give them a ping, because I am maxed out right now. So if they want to get in touch with me, please tell them. Let them know, hey, I love Kersey Fabrications and I would love for him to take a look at your stuff. That helps me out, saves me a little bit of legwork, and lets them know ahead of time that they'd like to work with me, and then I can get them into the schedule. Matthew says, use the Hevex. Uses a large 120 millimeter fan that sits in the base of the printer and blows air over the print. It's much better than the other. Okay, we'll look into that. Let's see. Hey, Killer Penguins, good to see you. Yeah, retraction's pretty heavy on this. Crafted mentioned the retraction has to be at 8. Yeah, it's pretty heavy. And yeah, the Bowden, I don't know, maybe I've shortened the Bowden a little bit, but it's not bothering me. I mean, after you've used an Ender 5 Plus, a long Bowden tube doesn't bother me at all. You can work around long Bowden tubes. Let's see. What's the name of the Big Tree Tech extruder? I think someone put it out ahead. I forgot the name of it. I don't keep all that stuff in my head as much. But theirs is really light. It's an H2. Matthew answered for you. So, Q&A time before I wrap this up and just call it quits for the day. I know you guys want me to finish, but I need to start thinking about some dinner with the fam. And I don't know why I say fam instead of family. You'll forgive me. Anyway, so with the family, got some dinner coming on. So, any questions? So, at me in the chat if you have a direct question for me before I sign off here. And then we're going to call it quits. Belts. So, Carrie asked about the belts. The belts look pretty good. These in the front corners are really good because they're being held on both ends. The tall one here in the front corner, if you can see me a little bit in the small window, the tall one looks like it's pulling a little bit on the axle of that motor. So I'm going to keep an eye on it because it's pulling in a little bit. The belts are pretty tight. And it may be a little too tight for how far off that motor we are. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Other than that, they're very straight, very parallel. The front ones are being held on both ends. So that looks good. Okay, let's see. I see zits on the print. Yeah, we've already talked about the zits. The zits are mainly coming from the fact that this has not been tuned to go this fast. I'm seeing some other problems too. I think the ears are going to be a nightmare, to be honest, because what's going to happen on those ears is we're going to be printing a very small thing very quickly with insufficient cooling and not enough time to cool, and I think we're going to see some problems with those ears. If they finish, I'll be impressed. So let's see. Sorry, I kind of got lost on the chat here. So there was zits. Let's see, Ender 5 Plus versus Ender 6. So I mentioned this earlier in the video. Ender 5 Plus is a bigger printer. Ender 5 Plus is meant for people that need a 350 by 350 bed. It's the largest of the Ender 5, Ender 6 line of printers that Creality sells. It's their largest box printer. Ender 5 Plus if you need size. Ender 6, again, I don't have a full review out on this yet, but Ender 6 if you need speed but don't need the size. I don't think that they're playing in the same space necessarily. So I think once I get done modding this, once I get done testing it and get out a full review of this, and I'm still happy with it, I think the answer is going to be yes. Ender 5 Plus and Ender 6. Ender 6 for printing, small parts quickly. Ender 5 Plus when you've got giant things you need to print. Media Dog, is PayPal the only way to send you a tip or thanks for the stream? No, you can send me PayPal. You can send me, I have a Patreon, and you can join Patreon and support me either for each month or for an entire year on there. And or you can tip me directly through through this channel right here, through this stream. Click the super chat button, and you can tip me there. Speaking of which, while we brought it up, I wanted to say I got a couple of new Patreon supporters during this live stream today, and I wanted to send them a shout out if they're still watching. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this name very well, but new Patreon supporter. And this was, I don't know if they're still in here, but this was the ITAYST. ITAST. They became a Patreon supporter, as well as Jan Vernier. And again, I apologize if I'm doing anything to butcher your name. Jan Vernier. Thank you very much for both of you becoming Patreon supporters during this stream. That's absolutely terrific, and I really appreciate you joining on. That should put me over the 70 Patreon supporter mark, and that's fabulous. I'm honored to have you all on board. Thank you very much for the Super Chat Media Dog. I really appreciate that. You know what? I appreciate what you do. The Hero Me work that you've done, the work that you've done, your coolers have been absolutely fantastic. I'm still using Hero Me 3s on both of mine because I haven't taken the time to upgrade. I'm hearing good things about the CR200B. A lot of people are loving, so that's cool. And I have a couple of my YouTubing friends that are going to be releasing videos on that, so that's awesome. Are the belts 6mm, and would putting nozzle closer to the Z-plane to the 2020 extrusion help reduce wobble? So no, these are not 6mm belts. If I remember, these are 10mm belts. I measured them earlier, so these are beefier belts they've got on here. Could you put the nozzle closer? I'm not seeing a whole lot of wobble. So I'm not going to tell you to do a upgrade like moving the nozzle or the hot end around when I don't see that being a problem yet. So let's see what else is going on. I still feel like I'm missing out on some people's questions, so I apologize. What other 3D printer would you recommend? Then Ender 3 up to $350. I don't know if you want one slightly bigger, the Ender 3 Max. I'm going to have the review coming up on that. So the Ender 3 Max is available now. It's bigger, but you have to go slow with it. That's my preview of my review, is you have to go slow with it. So let's see what else. I don't have any other solid recommendations in that price range right now. Best way to calibrate extrusion rate on the Ender 5 Pro Plus. Look up the guide. Look up extruder calibration through Matt's Hub. Matt's Hub is the guide that I use, and I'm eventually going to make a video of Matt's Hub guide, the Matt's Hub guide, because it's really good. Ender 6 worth it overall? Don't know enough. Haven't been using it long enough. But let's just say I will give an initial thumbs up. Just my initial use of it in this stream, it's one of the most exciting streams I've done on a printer because it's just been amazing this entire time. And so I'm really impressed with it so far. So it needs a lot more testing, but overall I really like it. Jeff, thank you very much for joining me. I'm glad you'd enjoyed it. Let's see, are the belts 6mm? Okay, we already did that one. Best way to calibrate, we did that one. Let's see. Let's see, what other 3D printer would you recommend? I answered that one. I'm just behind. I'm trying to catch up a little bit. I'm going to just go for the ats at this point. Do you accept cryptocurrency for tipping? You know what? I would accept cryptocurrency cryptocurrency for tipping. I just need to find a way to do that. So Robert, at me if you know of a good solution for accepting cryptocurrency. Unless you can do it through PayPal, I don't know. But I'm fine with accepting it. What speed am I printing at now? I am printing anywhere between, it says 400% of whatever the original slice was done at. And that means anywhere between 150 to 200 millimeters per second. As you have the G code for the bunny. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Marsh. Thanks. Thanks for joining me, and thanks for the super chat. How do I think ABS? How do I think ABS will print? ABS, I think, will print really good as long as you don't go too fast, because again, this isn't enclosed. So you're going to be dealing with the top's not going to be enclosed, so you're going to be losing heat constantly out of the top. So you're going to need to finish off that enclosure first. But once you get that done, it should print well. Let's see, where are we? I'm way behind, so I'm just going to go for the ats. As you have G code for the bunny, I said in the chat it would be good and easier to take the infill out and split it in two. Yeah, that would be fun. Jessica, I saw your idea earlier, and I was just reading the chat when I was sitting down just a minute ago, and I think that's a great idea. I think it'd be fun to take the bunny and do something like that with it. Media Dog became a Patreon just now. Let me see. Did that show up on my... It hadn't shown up yet. Thank you, Media Dog, very much. I appreciate that. So that's 3 for this stream. 3 new Patreon supporters during this stream. And I can't thank you guys enough. Again, I'm honored to have you on board. Yep. Francesco says he likes the B1. Yep, I like the ByQ looks good. Let's see. With this printer, printing higher temp filament such as ASA would print well on here with no top covering. I don't know. I don't do a lot with ABS and ASA, so I'm not an expert on it. You know what? I will do my best, if I remember, to cover ASA or ABS in my full review. How about that? Have I broken 300 likes in a stream anytime? I probably have. I know my 10,000 subscriber live stream got pretty crazy, so I may have done it then. And there we go. Another super chat for 50 bucks. Old Scratch, thank you very much. And thank you. Yeah, I'm going to keep going here for a minute, and then it's definitely time to head out. But this bunny, his ears are actually coming out pretty good. Thank you very much, Old Scratch. I really appreciate that. Have you used the V2 of the SKR E3 line yet? Yeah, I've got a whole video series where I took a look at the V2. So yeah, Mr. Freak, check out my channel. I did a whole video on the Mini E3 V2 on how to hook it up, and I've got some binary for the Ender 5 Plus if that's what you're using. What do you think about Clipper? Haven't used it yet. It's on a long list of to-dos, but I would love to do Clipper. I mean, that's right up my alley in terms of Linux and stuff, so I can't wait to try it. Exodus Wallet. I'm going to write that down. I assume that you put that in there, Maker Viking, for accepting cryptocurrency as a tip. So I will take a look at that. I am not one to turn away a new form of tipping. Again, Old Scratch, thank you very much. Is the Ender 6, if the Ender 6 is the first CoreXY from Creality, did the Ender 5 come later? No, the Ender 5 is not a true CoreXY. The Ender 5 is a standard Cartesian that just happens to be designed differently. I've covered that earlier in the stream if you want to go back and watch. Does this unit have an all-metal hot end or bimetal heat break? Do you think the hot end unit is sufficient for most filaments? This is a standard Creality hot end, so it is not all metal. It is not bimetal. It is a standard hot end. If you want to, I would go all metal on it personally. I think it's going to do everything you need to with, you know, standard filaments. As long as you don't go over 245C, it's going to work fine. But if you want to go hotter, if you want to go faster, then you're going to need to upgrade it to all metal. What's the print time on the bunny? Do I have a time? Let's see how long I've been going. 1 hour and 27 minutes is what I've been going so far. I would have to go back and see what the time was before I, you know, told it to go ridiculous fast. Thank you for those that attended the 10K stream. Thank you, Maker Viking, for that link. 300 likes. That's crazy. Where we at? Got 275 people still watching. 302 likes. Someone just took away a like. What, were you bored? That was funny. There it is. That came back. The like came back. Awesome. What did I say? Let's see. Let's see. Ender 4 was close to CoreXY. Let's see. Clipper is likely interesting. Yeah, I'd love to do Clipper. So Clipper's on my short list. And I think that's it. We're not going fast and furious anymore on the comments. I'm going to give you my one last thought on the look of this print. And then I am going to take off. So we are getting a little bit of stringing wisping on. And there's $5 more. Thank you very much from Caption Insano Shows No Mercy. Thank you for looking forward to the review. Thank you. I've got a little bit of wisping on the back side of this bunny ear here. Other than that, like I said, there's a little bit of issue on the front of the bunny where I'm seeing just a little bit of ghosting, it looks like, right here on the haunches of the bunny. As everyone can see, we're getting a little zitting due to the fact that it's just not set up to print this fast. We're taking a print that was supposed to print at 40 or 50 or 60 millimeters per second, and we're going 4 times faster. So we're expecting that. That is not the printer's fault. That's the slice fault. We're asking it to do something crazy. So we're getting some zitting. So other than that, I think, like, overall, Creality has really done a really good job on this printer. I'm impressed with the thought that they put into some of the design decisions. The cable management's terrific. Their choice of the extruder is really, really good. Their larger motor sizes throughout the printer was a great choice, particularly on the extruder. What else can I comment on? The 32-bit mainboard seems to be doing great. And I'm sure there's going to be lots more comments for the full review. The only deficit I really can name off the top of my head with the design that they chose is just they should have gone with their newest cooling solution, which has cooling from both sides. And then you wouldn't even really have to do a whole lot there in terms of like putting on a new cooler. I think that that's going to be the main thing I'm going to want to do to this, because if you're going to print fast, you have to cool fast, and there's not enough cooling. So other than that, I can't say enough. That's easy. It's an easy thing to do. Again, if you're if you came here and you want to know Ender 6, Ender 5 Plus, I can't give you a solid answer because I haven't done enough testing with this printer yet. But keep in mind, like I've said, the Ender 6 is a fast printer. It has the 250 build plate. 260 is what I've heard if you go all the way to the extents. But the Ender 5 Plus is a 350 bed. If you need a big printer, this is still not a big printer like that one is. So if you're looking at like which one do I get, the answer might end up being both. Like if I was buying a large printer, you get that one. If you want to buy then a faster, quicker, smaller part printer, you get this one, and you've got a really nice setup. Let me see, I got a couple of last minute questions here. Would direct drive even make sense on a machine like this? Some people are going to say yes. Some people are going to say no. I'm going to withhold judgment until I can try one on here and see if I notice any difference. I'm reluctant to do so because they've put so much thought into the Bowden setup that they've got on here. They've made sure it was powerful enough. I think you're going to be able to really tune this to where you're not going to have to worry about it. So I'm reluctant to do it, but I think it's a fair test. Let's leave it at that. I don't know if it's going to make sense yet. Let's see. I'm just looking at the ats at this point. I would love to get photos and measurements of the XY gantry carriage so I can create an Ender 6 adapter. Yeah, I know, and you've emailed me on another thing, Media Dog, and I need to get back to you. You know how it is sometimes. The inbox really piles up on you. Send me another email, please. Or you can contact, hey, you just joined Patreon, contact me directly through Patreon, through their messaging system if you want to, or by email, and I will get back to you. Because you know I'm going to want to put a Hero Me on this. So go ahead and get in touch with me and we'll get it done. Ender 6 Plus. Ender 6 Plus would be fabulous. And I will go ahead, and as the last thing I mentioned, I do have... So this is from K3D. K3D sent me their CoreXY kit for the Ender 5 Plus. So if you haven't checked this out yet, look up K3D. Let me see if I can get you a link real fast. I think actually I still have it up here. Yeah, here, I've got it up. K3D has released a CoreXY conversion kit that they don't seem to be able to keep in stock. So there it is. Because every time I check out their website, they seem to be out of stock on it. I assume they're still selling it. It's always sold out. But they sent me one, and they've done a beautiful job of packaging this up. They have a lot of instructions. It's this plus a single extrusion, a 2020 extrusion that it comes with. And so that is going to be a multi-day live stream where I do a couple hours each time or something to get through that, because that's a really big job. They've already warned me that it's going to take a lot, but they've done all the work. They've done all the engineering on that, and they sent one over to me, and it's always sold out. So I will have to get in touch with them to find out, you know, if I do this live stream, will people be able to order it? Because I'd hate to do one and then just basically tease people that they couldn't find one. So that's going to be it. I am going to close up until it's done, and then I will quietly shut it down after it's done, because this is me signing off. I can't thank you enough for all of the super chats, for the new Patreon supporters that joined me during this stream, for the hundreds of you sticking around for so long, and for, you know, just, you know, being terrific and having a good time. So I've enjoyed this as much as you have, I assure you, and it has been great. And time for dinner. And I will see you guys next time or in my next video.